Chapter 676, Rushing About. The place where Zhao Hai appeared on was outside the emperor's study. He can just appear inside, but Zhao Hai refrained from doing this in order to save the emperor some face. Although the emperor's study was quite ordinary, there were some protectors hidden inside. Even the eunuch who was guarding the door outside was an expert himself. When Zhao Hai appeared, these protectors immediately centered their attention to him. The eunuch outside the emperor's study looked coldly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that this eunuch was always with the emperor. The eunuch might look very ordinary, but in reality he was an 8th-rank assassin. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew that the fellow that was always with the emperor was also a high-level expert. However, all of these matters were unimportant to Zhao Hai. He was not here to assassinate the emperor. Therefore, he bowed to the eunuch and said, "I ask Sir Eunuch to please tell father-in-law that I needed his audience." The old eunuch naturally knew who Zhao Hai was, but since Zhao Hai appeared suddenly, he couldn't help but get hostile. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately returned the bow and said, "I ask the emperor's son-in-law to wait for a while." Then the eunuch opened the door of the study and walked in. Before long, he came out again and gave a bow to Zhao Hai before saying, "The emperor invites his son-in-law inside." Then he opened the door for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave another bow to the eunuch and said, "Thank you, Sir Eunuch." Then he went inside the study. The emperor was standing inside the study with his back facing Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai entered, he immediately bowed to the emperor and said, "I have seen father-in-law." The emperor turned around and calmly said, "Little Hai, I always thought that you're quite the discreet person. How come you came in this way this time?" Zhao Hai understood what the emperor meant. He was blaming Zhao Hai for being quite crude inside the imperial palace. Zhao Hai turned serious as he said, "Something quite sudden happened, so it's quite urgent. I had no other choice but to use this method. I hope that father can excuse me." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right. I know that you're a sensible child. You wouldn't do anything without proper purpose. Tell me, what did you come here for?" Then Zhao Hai took out his beast skin scroll and then handed it over to the emperor. "I'll have father read this first. Then I will explain it to you in detail." The emperor nodded. Then he received the beast skin scroll and slowly opened it. With a serious expression, the emperor carefully read the contents. After a short while, he placed the beast skin scroll down and looked at Zhao Hai. "Is this the reason why you dealt with the dragons? Where are they now?" With a straight expression, Zhao Hai replied, "They're all dead." "Not only them, all of the magic beasts in Akra Mountain has been exterminated." The emperor gently knit his eyebrows and said, "You did all of that?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Half of it. The other half is not in my credit." The emperor was confused with this reply. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What happened? Tell me everything carefully." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he started the story when he fixed the divine artifact of the dwarves, then it moved to how he retrieved the beast god spear, then on to when he helped the fishmen, then to the elves, and in the end, the demons. Everything was said quite carefully. The emperor listened to Zhao Hai, and when Zhao Hai finished, the emperor's face was quite pale. He looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that in 7 days, the spatial rift in the demonic abyss would be opened and then a demon army would come and invade us?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid that is what is going to happen. Moreover, there is no means to stop the blood void formation. If we destroy it, then the rift would immediately open. We can't have the rift open ahead of time." The emperor stood up. Then he walked back and forth inside the study. After some time he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "And the divine race? You just said that there's a possibility that the divine race would come." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "Yes, father, it's highly probable that the divine race would come, otherwise, the dragons wouldn't have made their move. It is because of this that I needed to deal with the dragons. Originally, I wanted to come here after I had dealt with the matter with the elves, then after that, talk to the emperors of the continent, having everyone work together in order to deal with the Radiant Church, and making us unite when the divine race arrives. However, It seems like that wouldn't work anymore because of the appearance of the demons as well as the motion of the dragons. Even if the demons weren't present, we still couldn't afford to have the dragons take control of the Lion Empire. If that happens and the Divine Realm did come, we would be placed in a much more passive position compared to if the dragons were eliminated. The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "So it turns out that you had been busy with this for a long time. I really didn't think that the demons and the divine race would take interest in our continent. It seems like a huge chaos is coming. You can rest assured, I shall immediately have my men prepare." "Are you going to the other empires now?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes. The next one that I'll go to is the Buddha Empire. The demonic abyss is situated there. I must have them prepare ahead of time. Father, please sign this beast skin scroll. I'm afraid that I won't be able to convince the Buddha Emperor if I don't have your mark." The Emperor nodded and said, "All right, then I'll sign it immediately so that you can get on your way." Then he picked up his pen and signed the beast skin scroll. After that, he handed the scroll over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the scroll before giving the Emperor a bow and then vanished from the room. After Zhao Hai left, the Emperor talked. "What do you think?" A chilly voice answered, "Chaos has come." The Emperor nodded, then he turned his head and shouted a command, "Strike the palace drums, ring the warning bell." The eunuch complied and then left his position. The palace drums and the warning bell were symbolic items of the Rosen Empire. Only during life and death situations of the empire would the drums be used. At the same time, when the warning bell sounds and rings for 12 times, all the nobles and ministers of the empire should already be inside the imperial palace. If one fails to arrive, then they would have their title revoked and then executed for treason. One could see from these scenarios how important those two items were. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to care about this now. He had appeared outside the Buddha Empire's imperial palace. He didn't appear inside the imperial palace. After all, he only had a few dealings with the Buddha Empire. His status here wasn't as high as back in the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai knew that if he appeared inside the imperial palace, then the Buddha Emperor would surely come to dislike him. For Zhao Hai, this scenario was extremely detrimental to his cause. Therefore, he chose to appear right outside the palace. After Zhao Hai arrived, he immediately went towards the reception. The reception was just like the one in Rosen Empire. There were 2 eunuchs in charge of registering everyone who came to visit. At the same time, there were also some eunuchs fluttering in all directions. When Zhao Hai entered the reception, he immediately bowed towards the 2 eunuchs. "This one has seen the Sir Eunuchs. This one is Zhao Hai. I am here to seek an audience with the Buddha Emperor." The 2 eunuchs knew about Zhao Hai's status, therefore, they didn't dare to ignore him. The 2 of them stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as one of them said, "Are you the Buddha clan's patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am indeed Zhao Hai. Please do arrange a meeting with the Emperor. I came here for an urgent matter." The 2 eunuchs didn't dare to delay, so one of them immediately said, "Right, Mr. Can rest assured, we shall take this matter with haste. Please take a seat first, Mr." Then one of the eunuch wrote Zhao Hai's name in the record as one of them immediately arranged for someone to inform the imperial palace. The response of the 2 eunuchs wasn't strange. Zhao Hai's status in the Buddha Empire wasn't low. After all, he has established a magic beast business with the Buddha Empire. At the same time, everyone knew that the Buddha Emperor has a good impression of Zhao Hai. He even hosted a banquet to welcome him. The Emperor was even quite happy when talking to Zhao Hai. And most importantly, rumors has been circulating in the past 2 days. It was said that Zhao Hai had eliminated 40 dragons inside the Lion Empire's capital. Zhao Hai has become the first human to slay a dragon in the current history of the human race. Therefore, these eunuchs didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai's visit. Even if they had all the courage of their lifetime, they still wouldn't dare to offend someone who had slain a dragon. Before long, a young eunuch came and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Mr. Please come with me. The Emperor has invited you over to his study." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked towards the imperial palace along with that young eunuch. It didn't take a long time before they arrived outside the Buddha Emperor's study. The eunuch who guarded the Emperor's study immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, come in, His Majesty is already waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and then entered the room. The Buddha Emperor was already standing inside, waiting for Zhao Hai to come in. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, the Buddha Emperor immediately laughed and said, "Mister, why did you come? What made you so anxious that you had to make an urgent appointment?" Zhao Hai bowed and replied, "I have seen your Majesty. I came here this time in order to discuss about an important matter." The Emperor smiled and said, "Mister is too polite. Please sit down and then tell me." After Zhao Hai gave his thanks to the Emperor, he took out his beast skin scroll and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look at this first. Then I will tell you the details." The Buddha Emperor smiled, then he received the scroll and slowly unraveled it. His response was similar to the Rosen Emperor. He had a shocked expression while he read the scroll. Then he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are the contents in here true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a crucial matter. So how can I deceive your Majesty? This information only tells a small part of the story. The reason why I deal with the dragons was because..." Then Zhao Hai told the Emperor everything up to the demon race's matter. When the Buddha Emperor heard that a spatial rift would open, and moreover, in the demonic abyss, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 677, Your Excellency, you have no choice but to govern us. What can 7 days make? If this question was presented to the commoners, then they would surely provide a multitude of answers. However, for an emperor who would receive an attack on his empire, these 7 days was just too short. This was what the Buddha Emperor was thinking about right now. 7 days was just too short. He was stumped on what to do. When Zhao Hai left the Buddha Empire, he then went to the Ixu Empire to tell Boris of this information. Although Zhao Hai and Boris had a grudge in the past, Boris was now quite angry towards the Radiant Church. Moreover, this was a demon invasion, so no matter what, Zhao Hai still needs to tell Boris about it. After all, Boris was also an emperor of a human nation. After he awkwardly told the news to Boris, Zhao Hai went back to the Lion Empire. Zhao Hai knew what was currently going on in the Lion Empire. The empire was now in a state of anarchy. The great nobles were currently managing the empire. However, in the minds of these nobles, Zhao Hai was the Lion Empire's current ruler. Therefore, it was Zhao Hai's tasks to manage the things in the empire. Zhao Hai didn't teleport towards the Lion Empire. Instead, after he came out of the space, he rode on the back of a bone dragon and then entered the capital. Just as he arrived at the capital's skies, he immediately discovered that the place exploded into cheers. Zhao Hai looked downward and saw civilian people standing on the square and cheering at him. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting the situation. He didn't think that the Lion Empire's commoners would like him this much. This made him confused. In his opinion, he didn't do anything. So why would these people cheer for him? Although the dragons had ruled the empire for a few days, but because of how overboard the lesser dragons had become, killing civilians whenever they want, it wasn't strange that the civilians had already hated the dragons. But since the dragons were very powerful, and were quite known to be invincible, the commoners were left not being able to resist. Now that Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons, the civilians were naturally very happy. While riding the bone dragon, Zhao Hai flew directly to the Lion Empire's palace. As soon as he landed on the square, the great nobles immediately welcomed him. They originally weren't in the palace, but when they heard that Zhao Hai had come, they immediately went to see him. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and then said, "Let's go to the Great Hall. I have something to tell you all." Then he turned to walk towards the Imperial Palace Great Hall. These nobles looked at Zhao Hai with no hostility. Instead, all of them had a very happy expression in their minds. For Zhao Hai to go to the Great Hall, this meant that he had accepted his own status, and that he would rule the Lion Empire. Moreover, the mere fact that Zhao Hai came back meant that his fight with the dragons was finished. After seeing Zhao Hai being safe and sound, without a single scratch on his body, It showed the nobles that Zhao Hai did indeed have the overwhelming strength to face the dragons. These great nobles didn't think that Zhao Hai could eliminate the dragons. In their opinion, this task was impossible. Not suffering any losses was already good, so how is it possible to eradicate the dragons? When Zhao Hai headed to the Great Hall, these nobles also followed behind him. Zhao Hai looked at the throne in the Great Hall and then sighed. He didn't sit on the throne and just turned to look at the nobles. These nobles felt a chill when they met Zhao Hai's gaze. They couldn't help but get startled. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't like them, so they just lowered their heads in obedience. After scanning the nobles, Zhao Hai said, "Did you know what you just did? You almost made the humans fall into an irredeemable place just because of benefits. I really want to kill all of you, I really do." The nobles lowered their heads further. They can feel the killing intent in Zhao Hai's words. If that killing intent was tangible, then they would have had trouble breathing. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he turned his hand over and retrieved the beast skin scroll, then he threw it over to a great noble and said, "Look at it yourself and see if I am exaggerating." The great noble caught the beast skin scroll and looked at it. He read the contents of the scroll, and when he was finished, he was coldly sweating when he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then the great noble couldn't help but bend his waist. Then the scroll was handed over to the next noble, who had the exact same reaction as the first one. The scroll was then passed over to the great nobles inside the hall before the scroll returned to Zhao Hai's hands. At this point, the nobles in the hall were having pale expressions. The word frightened was an understatement. Zhao Hai swept his gaze across the hall and then sighed, "There's no use in scolding all of you right now. I'm not familiar with the Lion Empire, so I cannot be the emperor. With how things are going, I don't have the time to be a ruler. You have 7 days to prepare." Then Zhao Hai told them about his encounter with the demons back in Akra Mountain. The mouths of these nobles were gaped open as their eyes stared straight at Zhao Hai. It seems like they had turned into idiots. They didn't think that a calamity has come. The demons would arrive to the continent soon. This was the demons, beings who would kill humans without even blinking. How could this be? Zhao Hai looked at the expressions of these nobles and coldly snorted, making these great nobles recover their senses. All of them looked at each other. They didn't think that matters would come this quickly. There were 7 days before the demon army arrives. What can they do in these 7 days? Zhao Hai snorted and said, 7 days. Think about what you would do in 7 days. It would be impossible for me to stay in the Lion Empire for all this time. I shall be heading to the Buddha Empire in order to assist them with resisting the demon army. As for the Lion Empire, it would be left to your discretion, whether you want it to crumble or to return to its former glory before the dragons arrived. I don't care. All of these shall be left to all of you to take care of. And just as Zhao Hai finished talking, the great nobles knelt in front of him as the oldest one of them said, "Your Excellency, you have no other choice but to govern us. We know that we had made a mistake, but we truly didn't expect the situation to reach this degree. We ask Your Excellency to remain. We want you to be the Lion Empire's rules. Please stay here." The other nobles expressed their agreement. When he saw these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a headache. He does not have the time to manage an empire at this time. The demons were about to appear and he needs to be in the front lines of battle to block them. This would give the Rosen Empire and the other powers to make their proper arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at the great nobles and sighed, "I really don't have the time to manage the Lion Empire. The demons are coming soon, and I need to head towards the demonic abyss right now in order to find a way to block the demons. Only in this way would the continent be able to have a little more time to prepare." The nobles looked at each other. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was true, but at this time, the Lion Empire needed Zhao Hai. After the matter with the dragons, the great nobles weren't exactly well regarded by the population. No matter which one of them were to become the emperor, the civilians would naturally disagree, and a chaotic Lion Empire wasn't what they need right now, seeing that the demons have come. At the same time, Zhao Hai also knew that what the old noble said was true. he couldn't help but have a headache. Zhao Hai was aware that the great nobles had already lost popular support. This was because they were largely responsible for the dragon's quick occupation of the Lion Empire. The commoners had hostile feeling to these fellows, and if one of them were to get the throne, then the entire empire would definitely thrown into chaos. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai were to take the seat of the emperor, then the populace would surely accept it. Thinking about these matters did indeed cause Zhao Hai's head to ache. He looked at these nobles and couldn't help but sigh. I can be the emperor and I shall go and announce it outside later. But after that, I shall be heading to the demonic abyss. The remaining matters would need to be handed over to all of you. However, I shall have someone supervise all of your actions. When the great nobles heard Zhao Hai, they immediately burst into happiness. Zhao Hai doing this meant that he would just be an emperor in name, while the nobles had the true power in their hands. However, this happiness wasn't because of the power, it was because of Zhao Hai accepting the throne. If he still declined, then the Lion Empire would be finished. Once the Lion Empire turned chaotic, the ones who would lose out greatly would be these nobles. Although they were thousand-year-old clans, their roots were still in the Lion Empire. They couldn't afford to have the empire be in a chaotic state. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles of this empire, then he coldly snorted and said, "Wait a moment." Then his body vanished. Before long, he reappeared along with two other people. One of them was a man with a stature that was tall and big. He was about 2 meters tall. The other one was a woman, tall and beautiful, but her complexion was quite pale. It seems like she was not quite healthy. Zhao Hai looked at these nobles and said, "I'll be heading to the demonic abyss. The matters of the empire shall be handed to all of you. This is Evan and Ruian. If there's something that you cannot decide on, then ask for their opinion. Understood?" Chapter 678, History's Most Unique Throne Ascension. Aside from Evan and Ruian, Zhao Hai really didn't have anybody else to call over, and since Evan had ruled over a duchy in the past, he should have some experience in running a country. Ruian has done a good job in Ixa Empire all this time. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to see her for a long time, so her mood has not been that great. This affected her lifestyle and in turn she looked quite a bit sick. In fact, Evan was already enough to manage the Lion Empire. Ruian wasn't needed here at all. However, Zhao Hai had no choice. If Evan was alone, then these great nobles might continue to misbehave. But if Ruian was here, then those great nobles would think that Ruian was Zhao Hai's woman, so they shouldn't dare show their bad sides to her. Zhao Hai knew that these great nobles didn't want to offend him right now. If it weren't for his strength, then these nobles would have been shredded by the continent a long time ago. The only reason why the Lion Empire remained untouched was because of Zhao Hai. Since he was the one who attacked the Lion Empire, then the other nations gave him face in not attacking. But if Zhao Hai left, then these great nobles would meet an attack by almost everyone, dismembering the entire Lion Empire. If we set aside the reaction of the other nobles of the continent, if the civilians were to know something, then the nobles wouldn't have a good future. Therefore, these Lion Empire nobles can only rely on Zhao Hai. It can be said that if Zhao Hai establishes a country, these nobles would be the first to flock to Zhao Hai's side. This was because other than Zhao Hai, nobody would want to have them. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't make Laura manage the Lion Empire was because she didn't have the experience of running a country. Although Laura had been managing the Marquis family, and even some parts of the Buddha clan, it was still different from the Lion Empire. Back in the family, there were nobody that could undermine Laura's authority. In Lion Empire, problems such as these great nobles were present, and Laura had no experience in managing these kinds of people. Additionally, Zhao Hai had things to discuss with Laura. Therefore, Laura cannot stay and manage an empire. Megan and Lizzie can't do it as well since they were needed to command armies when dealing with the demons. As for Megan and Nair, having them manage a country, this wasn't the time for cracking jokes. Knowledge on management cannot be learned in a day. They weren't any use at all. More importantly, Zhao Hai had Meg and Nair manage the fishmen in the Spaces Sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no choice but to invite Evan and Ruian over in order to manage the Lion Empire. Sure enough, when the great nobles saw Ruian, They immediately thought that she was Zhao Hai's woman. Almost immediately, all of them bowed to Ruian and said, "We have seen the madam." Ruian's pale face immediately turned red, but just as she was about to refute, Zhao Hai waved his hand calmly and said, "This is Grand Duke Evan, Ruian's father. You can handle everything yourselves later, but if there's anything that needed consent, just approach them. They will find a way to contact me." The great nobles immediately complied. Zhao Hai looked at their faces and said, "All right, then I'm done here. After I leave, I shall tell everyone that I'll be acting as the temporary emperor to the Lion Empire. The overall management of the empire shall be handed over to Prime Minister Evan. All of you shall help him manage the empire. After I leave, all of you should do your best to have the empire prepare for war in the shortest possible time. Since the Lion Empire is known for its magic beast cavalry, you don't need to worry about this. I shall release some magic beasts that I acquired back in the Lesser Dragon Camp. You may divide those magic beasts among yourselves. Understood?" The great nobles immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to leave the palace. Outside the Great Hall, Zhao Hai released his bone dragon and then rode on its back. Under the gazes of Evan, Ruian, and the other nobles, Zhao Hai flew up. Zhao Hai's flight path wasn't high, he just flew over the sky of the Lion Empire's capital. The civilians could clearly see him on the back of the bone dragon. While he flew, Zhao Hai said, "People of the Lion Empire, listen to me. I have already eliminated the evil dragons. You don't have to worry about them anymore." However, when I dealt with the dragons, I had discovered a connection to the demons. The demons had made a magic array in order to open a spatial rift between the demon realm and the Ark continent. In 7 days, that spatial rift would open. That spatial rift is located inside the demonic abyss. I shall be heading there in order to meet the demons head-on. I shall announce myself as the temporary emperor of the Lion Empire. But since I am going to battle, I shall be appointing Grand Duke Evan as the Prime Minister of the Lion Empire. I hope all of you will cooperate with him in the future. This was the most unique ceremony in the continent's history, the most unique speech in history, as well as the most unique throne ascension in history. It was the first time that someone took the throne and just left afterwards. And along with Zhao Hai's words, the Lion Empire's capital had erupted into chaos. However, undead suddenly started to appear, stabilizing the mood of the citizens. Zhao Hai knew that the big empires of the continent had started to move, and because of its special situation, the Lion Empire would surely be the last one to prepare. Additionally, Zhao Hai cannot manage the empire. The only methods that he can think about right now was this. After seeing that the undead had managed to calm the populace, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone shouldn't be afraid. The big empires as well as the other races of the continent are already aware of this information. Everyone has united together in order to face this crisis. I hope that everyone would calm themselves." Although these civilians were scared, they couldn't help but behave when they saw the undead, and as long as things proceeded peacefully, everything else would be fine. After Zhao Hai said these, he had his bone dragon return to the imperial palace. When he entered the great hall, he immediately had the nobles go out and appease the populace. These great nobles didn't dare make any mistakes at this point. They knew that since the demons had come, then Zhao Hai would be unable to help them stabilize the current situation, and if they were to disappoint Zhao Hai, then he might be impolite towards them. Therefore, the nobles issued their compliance and then immediately went out. After seeing that the nobles had left, Zhao Hai turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, Ruian, I'll be handing the Lion Empire over to you temporarily. I need to head towards the demonic abyss as soon as possible since I am still completely unaware of the situation there. I'll have to ask you to guide the Lion Empire in assisting the Buddha Empire and the Dwarf race in preparing to defend against the demon invasion. I'm afraid the Buddha Empire wouldn't be able to handle it by themselves." Evan couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Is the situation really serious? The undead in your hand had already crossed 10 million, and we're already clear about how strong those undead are. Do the demons have as much experts?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid so. The demon realm is a lot bigger than the Ark continent. With how bad the environment is there, the demons have been constantly subjected to killing and fighting, and this time, they had come prepared. I'm afraid that the matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Evan frowned, then he sighed and said, "All right, then you can't leave the Lion Empire to me. You be careful in the demonic abyss." Zhao Hai nodded, then his voice turned serious as he said, "Observe these nobles well. I'm not completely confident in them. If anything strange happens, immediately inform me and I will immediately deal with them." Evan faintly smiled and said, "Rest assured, from what I can see in their expressions, they wouldn't dare to misbehave. Except for us, nobody in the continent would dare to accept them." Zhao Hai coldly replied, "There's still the Radiant Church. Don't forget that the success of the dragons was due to those nobles, and I'm quite sure that the dragons weren't the ones who lobbied them. So it must be the Radiant Church, perhaps offering them with a lot of benefits." Although they were now aware of the divine race, we shouldn't forget that a lot of humans have sided themselves with the divine race in the last Great War. We should prevent them from going to the divine race, especially when they learn how hard it would be in the front lines. Evan knitted his brows and said, "Hard? Even if the battle would be no good, they shouldn't just surrender to the divine race. After all, what could the divine race offer them?" Zhao Hai sneered, "They can give them shelter." Although there aren't any records of the divine race in the human history, we shouldn't forget about the existence of the Radiant Church. Also, the divine race has the strength to not be afraid of the demons. If the divine race were to give them shelter, then it would not be impossible for those guys to agree. After all, the most important thing to those nobles are their family and their status. Evan couldn't help but agree, then he said, "All right, you can rest assured that I shall be looking at their actions. There won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a messenger fish. "Take this messenger fish. You can use this to contact me directly. I shall be leaving 1,000 undead for you to command. Remember, no matter what happens in Lion Empire, always keep your own safety as a priority." Even if the divine race came, I believe that those undead could still keep them off for quite some time. "That would give me time to pick you up." Evan nodded, then he received the messenger fish. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to look at Ruian, who also looked back at him. Then Zhao Hai said, "Ruian, you should understand why I haven't been able to see you for all this time. After everything gets settled down, I shall give you what you deserve." Ruian understood what Zhao Hai meant. Her face couldn't help but go red as she gently nodded and said, "I'll wait for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to nod at Evan and said, "Then I shall leave everything here to you." After that, his body vanished as he entered the space. Chapter 679, Demon. Zhao Hai sat in the space and gave a long sigh of relief. Then he glanced at the monitor. The monitor didn't display the Lion Empire. Instead, it showed a fortress city. This city is quite famous in the Buddha Empire. This was because it had a very interesting name, Demon City. Naturally, this wasn't a place occupied by the demons. Instead, this was a city that was closest to the demonic abyss. This place is completely different to the town back in Akra Mountain. The town on Akra Mountain rarely gets attacked by magic beasts. But in Demon City, the situation is different. At any time, it was possible for the city to be attacked by beings coming out from the demonic abyss. Because of this characteristic, dark mages proliferated in this city. This was because the undead were the most common creatures that can be found inside the demonic abyss. If dark mages were to subdue several of them, then their abilities would be improved. This was the reason that it's called Demon City. Even when the Radiant Church was at its peak period in the continent, they still wouldn't easily dare come to Demon City. There were just too many dark mages here. Therefore, the Radiant Church has no other choice but turn a blind eye towards this city. For the dark mages in Demon City, this place was their holy land. In their hearts, this was a sacred place, while the others pinned that title to the Kelsey family. Compared to the family style management of the Kelsey family, the dark mages in Demon City had more of an alliance. They were all living in Demon City, relying on hunting dark creatures for a living. Therefore, It was even thought that the dark mages here were stronger compared to the dark mages of the Kelsey family. While Zhao Hai came to visit the Buddha Emperor, he also had Kair use the Blood Ghost staff to investigate the terrain in and around this place. There were still many businessmen and adventurers here. However, one could notice that the population was now quite skewed towards the Dark Mages and the army of the Buddha Empire. Almost all of the civilians were evacuated. Zhao Hai inspected Demon City. Probably because of its year-round battles, the walls of the city looked very thick and heavily damaged. One could even see blood on the walls. Compared to the walls of other cities, this one surely did seem to be more murderous. At this time, Meg brought a cup of tea over to Zhao Hai. When she saw Zhao Hai's complexion, she grieved as she said, "Young master, you should take a rest. Let me give you a massage." Zhao Hai turned his head towards Meg. He smiled faintly and said, "What are the others doing? Why are they not here?" Meg went behind Zhao Hai and gently massaged his head. At the same time, she answered, "Elder sister Laura is examining the overall commodities in our storage and is discussing matters with Patriarch Billy regarding its distribution." At the same time, Megan and Lizzie are studying the map. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he held Meg's hand and said, "All right, I'm fine really. Come and take a seat with me for a while." Meg nodded. Then they went around the sofa and sat behind Zhao Hai, snuggling gently on his bosom. Zhao Hai held Meg's soft body and upon smelling her delicate fragrance, began to relax his nerves slowly. Meg also felt Zhao Hai becoming more relaxed. She placed her ear to Zhao Hai's chest and listened to his heartbeat. Then she said with a soft voice, "Young master, can we win?" Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "Of course we can. Our destiny can only be decided by ourselves. Nobody can control our lives." Meg nodded. Then she said, "Young master, after repelling the demons and the divine race, what should we do next? Will we go back to the Black Wasteland and live in seclusion?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Why would we live in seclusion? If we did repel the demons and the divine race, then we would follow them to the demon realm and the divine realm. We need to cause them irreparable damage so that they wouldn't think about returning to the Ark Continent. Otherwise, they would recover and then try to invade the Ark Continent once more. We can't live forever and we would have our own children soon. If we die and leave our offspring here, we cannot have them suffer attacks from the demon realm and the divine race once again." Meg's face turned red. She sat up and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, why don't you answer my question properly? And what are you talking about, children?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Look, we have been married for quite some time, but we still haven't had a child. I'm just looking after Grandpa Green and Grandma Mrin's worries." They had always wanted a new heir to the Buddha clan. Meg blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she leaned towards Zhao Hai's body and said, "I really hope that everyone would be happily together all the time, not thinking about many things." "Brother Hai, why do people do this? Why would the demons and the divine race want to invade us?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "No other reason but ambition." In the eyes of the divine race, the Ark Continent is a source of troops. Naturally, when they control the continent, they would be treating everyone here as slaves. Then the slaves would join their armies and fight their enemies. On the other hand, the demons see the continent as a huge cake. The living environment of the demon realm is extremely terrible. Therefore, they want to occupy the Ark Continent. Unfortunately, the demons are used to slaughter, so they didn't even think about a peaceful method in order to reside in the continent. Instead, they wanted to kill every single creature in the continent in order to make way for their own population to move in. At the same time, I also think that the demons are afraid. From what I learned when I met the demon in Akra Mountain, they have been investigating the continent for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, they must have learned about how the humans were suppressing the other races. And since the demons were also a foreign race, then it was natural that the humans would suppress them as well. If they were to come peacefully and get suppressed by the humans, then they might as well kill off everyone in the continent. Meg was confused. "Young master, didn't Kair say that the demon realm is much larger than the Ark Continent? Then once they take the continent, Wouldn't they have problems in accommodating everyone? Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Of course, but there was no use in thinking about other people. As long as the high-ranked demons can live here, then all is good. These low-level demons can be neglected then. This is the rule of the demon realm. Once you have a high rank in the hierarchy, then you would get anything that you want. If you are a low-ranked demon and then manage to get something good, then you would have to hand it over to a higher-ranked demon. Otherwise, it would only bring you disaster." To put it bluntly, the lower-ranked demons are the high-ranked demons' slaves. Meg nodded. "So it's like that. How about the amount of soldiers that would come here? Does Kair know?" Zhao Hai nodded and smiled bitterly. How can Kair not know? One could say that Kair is the most informed person with regards to the demon realm. From what she can estimate, the army that would arrive would have no less than 50 million soldiers in it. Meg was greatly surprised. 50 million? That much? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "And that number only counts the number of demons that would come. We didn't include the number of magic beasts that would join them. At the same time, there are also dark mages among the demon army, completely capable of summoning undead. If a battle happens, their numbers wouldn't go down too fast. We really have met a difficult opponent this time." Meg's complexion changed dramatically. "What do we do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. You can rest assured that there is no need to worry. If they have 50 million troops, then the continent has its own army as well. And for those who can summon the undead, let's see how they fare against me. There's no need to be afraid. Everything will be fine." Meg nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards the monitor. There were no changes in Demon City. There were some dark mages and adventurers that left, but the majority of them still stayed behind. They wanted to help the army of the Buddha Empire in fighting off the demon army. These dark mages and adventurers clearly understood that the demons wouldn't spare anyone in the continent. If they leave today, sooner or later, they would still face the demons. These dark mages and adventurers were also people who liked to live beside the blade of a knife. So after knowing that the demons were coming, not only did they stay, they also prepared to fight against the demons. Also, the Buddha Empire had sent word that as long as they make meritorious deeds in the battle against the demons, then they might gain themselves a hereditary noble title. This prize was too tempting for the adventurers and dark mages. One must know that a hereditary title was completely different to an ordinary one. It would be impossible for ordinary nobles to pass their title to their children. For example, when mages who were given their titles die, their status would be gone. Only if they had a child with good talent and becomes a great mage, then that child would have the right to apply for inheriting the title. The Buddha Empire had truly placed sufficient capital this time. They didn't have much troops in the vicinity of Demon City, and in a short period of 7 days, it would be impossible for them to assemble an army for reinforcement. Therefore, the Buddha Emperor made a decision: provide the adventurers and dark mages with benefits of great titles so that they would stay behind and defend the city. These people had lived in this place all year round, so they should have the right abilities to defend against the demon army. It was because of this that large quantities of adventurers and dark mages had remained and decided to fight the demon race together with the Buddha Empire's army. However, the Buddha Empire can only gather about 200 regular troops in these 7 days. If we add the adventurers and dark mages, then it might reach about 400,000. Although these numbers were quite strong, it was still impossible if they were to defend against the demon army. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to head towards Demon City and take personal command of the defenders. Chapter 680. Protecting the Homeland. Wei Gan was a dark mage who had lived in Demon City for a long time. He wasn't from the Kelsey family. One can say that he had nothing to do with the Kelsey family at all. However, one shouldn't think that he's just a simple character. More than 1,000 years ago, Wei Gan's ancestors were formidable mages of a huge empire. Their family even held the title of a duke. However, it was just a pity that the empire that his family held loyalty to was extinguished by the Lion Empire. Since their family were loyalists to their empire, the Lion Empire took their title away. Moreover, they were also suppressed everywhere. In the end, Their family couldn't endure it anymore and ran away to Demon City. In every empire, there would always be a place where the strongest people gather. Take the Lion Empire, for example. Formidable characters would flock towards the town on the foot of Akra Mountain. For the Buddha Empire, that place was Demon City. Demon City was very suitable for dark mages to live in. Therefore, the Gan family decided to settle down here. And even if Demon City was inside the Buddha Empire, the empire's power was actually weak here. This made it possible for the family to find their place. However, Demon City was just unsafe to begin with. About some hundreds of years ago, dark creatures and undead suddenly ran out of the demonic abyss and made a large-scale attack on Demon City. The city was close to being overwhelmed, and even if the defense was successful, a lot of dark mages had fallen in the process. At that time, the Gan family wasn't spared from the losses. In the end, the family didn't manage to stabilize their footing and slowly lost its power over time. In the current time, the Gan family was reduced to a few dozen dark mages. But even so, adventurers and other dark mages still didn't dare to underestimate them. Because of the Gan family's long history, their dark magic spells were quite formidable. And most importantly, the Gan family had always treated the Demon City as their home, greeting everyone in the city as though they were family members. Every single inhabitant of the city was very respectful towards the family. If ever some kind of conflict arises, the Gan family would even be asked to mediate. Wei Gan was only an ordinary dark mage in the family. He wasn't the patriarch nor was he the successor. He was just any ordinary dark mage. The Buddha Empire had already told the city about what would happen. At the same time, the Empire had also started to gather up some troops and sent them here. They also invited the adventurers, dark mages, and dark mage families to stay and defend the city together. This was where the Gan family didn't disappoint the Buddha Empire. They were the first ones to lobby the adventurers and dark mages to stay inside the city and help with the defense. In the end, the majority of the strength of the city remained. Not only this, the Gan family also sent their members in order to help the army guard and patrol the walls. Because of the dark mage's sensitivity to the dark element, the patrol went very smoothly, saving the army a lot of effort. One could say that Demon City's topography was very strange. When constructing Demon City, the main goal of its infrastructure was to defend against the demonic abyss. As for the demonic abyss, since it had the word abyss in its name, then it was no wonder that it was very deep. As to how deep, nobody knows. Everybody who came to deeply explore the area weren't able to return to tell the tale. So how big was the demonic abyss? If one were to look, the abyss appeared just like a giant crack in the world 10,000 li. 5 kilometers long, with the widest opening spanning more than 2,000 li. There was also a gentle slope on the ground just outside Demon City. The other places were steep cliffs where magic beasts weren't able to crawl on. Most importantly, a dark mist covers the demonic abyss all year round, making people unable to clearly see anything. It was precisely because of this that Demon City existed. If one were to speak about the continent's oldest cities, then Demon City would surely be up there. It was even said that the city had existed for as long as the demonic abyss itself. But in any case, whenever war erupts in the continent, almost nobody came to touch Demon City. This was because the city didn't have regular armies defending it. Most who were inside the city were adventurers, mercenaries, and dark mages. This made the city something that looks like it didn't belong in this world. For many years, the same composition of people were defending the city. Therefore, people from the continent had quite a complicated view towards this place. On this day, Wei Gan was on the wall, staring blankly at the distance. His current position right now wasn't in the city's eastern wall, which meant that he wasn't facing the demonic abyss. It was a wall that faced the continent, so it should be quite safe. However, Wei Gan still needed to inspect the place because the Buddha Empire had sent word that people from the demon realm had already infiltrated the continent. This meant that they might take the city at any time. Wei Gan looked at the surrounding army. These troops weren't the Buddha Empire's most elite cavalry. These people knew why they were here, so they all had a very serious look on their face. At this time, Wei Gan noticed a dark spot in the horizon. It was flying towards the city. He even thought that it was a creature of darkness. The Gan family's dark magic held some differences to the continent's dark magic. This gave the members of the Gan family much more sensitivity towards dark energy. Therefore, when Wei Gan felt the dark energy coming out of the dark spot, and that the direction of the spot seemed to be heading towards Demon City, he immediately thought of the Buddha Empire's warning. His heart immediately started to beat as he shouted, "Everyone! A dark creature that come from the mainland is heading here. Prepare yourselves." Although the army that the Buddha Empire sent weren't the most elite iron cavalry, these people were still elites in their local military. Before these soldiers came here, they were also instructed to cooperate with the dark mages since these people were very sensitive towards dark creatures. Seeing that the Buddha Empire were giving high regard to the dark mages in the city, the army immediately stood up when they heard Wei Gan's voice. The magic cannons were then prepared as well as the ballistas. Just as they got ready, the dark spot in the distance suddenly flew faster towards them. These people became nervous, especially the artillery troops. They were anxiously looking at the dark spot. Since the magic cannons and the ballistas were their only defensive weapon, the flying enemy would surely target them first. The dark spot continued to slowly grow larger, and as soon as the people on the wall recognized what the dark spot was, all of them were shocked. It didn't matter if they were from the Buddha Empire's army or the dark mages, their expressions were the same. The dark spot turned out to be a bone dragon, and on the skull of the dragon stood a very ordinary-looking dark mage. But who in Demon City wouldn't be able to recognize who this person was? Perhaps they might not recognize his face, but his reputation surely rang in their minds. This was Zhao Hai Buddha, Lion Empire's emperor, and the continent's strongest dark mage. Zhao Hai was now widely accepted as the strongest dark mage in the continent. Every single citizen in the various empires already knew about this point. He managed to kill dragons, unearthed the conspiracy of the demons, and even became the emperor of the Lion Empire. Every single dark mage almost looked at him as a god. For them, Zhao Hai was a deity that was aloof as he overlooked them. Zhao Hai had rested well inside the space. After seeing Laura and the others, he immediately went out. He had already taken a look at the situation in Demon City. Seeing that there weren't any serious matters going on, Zhao Hai decided to come out in a faraway place and then rode a bone dragon towards the fortress city, enjoying the wind that was hitting his face. Zhao Hai didn't immediately enter the city. When he saw the wall, he had the bone dragon go down to the ground outside the city and walk down from it. After storing the bone dragon, he walked slowly towards the city's wall. The defenders on the wall immediately reacted. An officer shouted towards the soldier at the gate, "Quick, open the gate, hurry up." Then just as the officer rushed towards the gate, he noticed that someone had come faster than him. It was Wei Gan. Wei Gan, who was just a common dark mage, was actually quicker than him, a 7th-rank warrior. This made the army officer look at him in a strange manner, wondering if Wei Gan was both a mage and a warrior. Naturally, Wei Gan wasn't a warrior, he was only a mage. The reason why he was so quick was because he was too excited. When the army arrived, he had heard that Zhao Hai would also be personally coming in order to take command. This made all of the dark mages excited. They can actually see Zhao Hai with their own 2 eyes. This was a very extraordinary matter. However, people were still quite doubtful about this fact. After all, who was Zhao Hai? He was the patriarch of the Buddha clan and was also the emperor of the Lion Empire. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was able to kill dragons, would such a person still risk himself in order to come to Demon City? For the people in Demon City, Zhao Hai was a distant person, one who wouldn't stain his hand in a messy situation like in Demon City. Most of the people in Demon City didn't actually expect Zhao Hai to come. They just thought that the Buddha Empire only said this in order to comfort their hearts. The main reason why these people stayed in the city was because they needed to protect their home. No matter what words the higher-ups say, these people would still stay behind. They weren't doing this in order to protect the human race, nor was it because of their dedication towards the continent. For them, waging war with the demons was just a way to protect their homeland. Chapter 681. influential figure. Zhao Hai stood under the city's gate. He didn't want to act too high profile. It just wasn't his character. Although he was now the emperor of the Lion Empire, he knew absolutely nothing about the empire at all. Because of this, he really didn't think of himself as the emperor. He was more like a stabilizer, temporarily acting as the emperor because of the present situation. At the same time, he also didn't deem himself to be an influential person. In his mind, he was just like any other person on the continent, doing what anybody would have done. The only reason why people were unable to do things that he can do was because they didn't have the help of the space. Zhao Hai might not be aware, but he was actually an extremely influential person on the continent. From what the continent knew, Zhao Hai was a foreign prince of the Beastmen as well as a foreign elder of the dwarves and the elves. In fact, Zhao Hai was also given the title of foreign admiral by the fishmen, but this information was withheld by the Mermaid Queen. Thus many statuses on one person was unprecedented in the continent, something that might not even be repeated in the future. This made Zhao Hai a very influential figure in the continent. Perhaps it was only Zhao Hai who has yet to discover this point. The gates of Demon City slowly opened. What made Zhao Hai surprised was the first person to come out. It was a dark mage. This person looks like 40 years old. He wore a somewhat new dark mage robe. He had a grassy hair and a thin beard. The person was also quite thin. He looked just like that weird uncle that everyone has. This person had a flush on his face along with shining eyes. He actually gave Zhao Hai a bit of a scare. This person was naturally Wei Gan. He was too excited. He didn't think that he would meet his idol while defending the city wall. His heart was extremely happy to the point that he began to lose control of his body. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, this strange uncle ran very fast toward him. Then the man plopped to the ground, and under Zhao Hai's surprised expression, he kissed Zhao Hai's shoes. This made Zhao Hai stare. Then he immediately pulled the dark mage up and said, "Mister, there's no need to do that." "Who are you?" When Wei Gan discovered that Zhao Hai was asking for his name, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, paying respects to Mr. Zhao Hai. "This one is called Wei Gan, a mage of Demon City's Gan family. I represent the Gan family in welcoming your arrival. If it is possible, please pay us a visit." Wei Gan was very excited. He really wasn't expecting Zhao Hai to be a guest in the Gan family. In his opinion, even if Zhao Hai only promised visit, then it would already be the greatest honor to the Gan family. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Gan. In fact, he already knew the things that Wei Gan has been doing since Kair has been monitoring the entirety of Demon City. Zhao Hai was afraid that there were people controlled by the demons here. It wouldn't be good if there was a demon collaborator inside the city when the battle starts. But unexpectedly, there were no demon-controlled people inside Demon City. Especially in this Gan family, they were the ones that advocated for the defense against the demons the most. Therefore, Zhao Hai had a very deep impression towards this family. Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, "So it turns out to be Mr. Wei Gan. I already know about what your Gan family had done, so I must thank you in behalf of the people of the continent. You can rest assured that I would pay a visit to the Gan family. However, I need to pay a visit to the defending army first. I have some things to discuss with them." Wei Gan didn't dare to stop him. He immediately replied, "I won't dare to stop Mr. from doing his business. But please make sure to pay a visit to the family. We will welcome you at any time. I will now go back to inform the family." Then he turned around and ran back to the city with a speed that even a warrior wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Gan's departing back and couldn't help but smile. He thought that this mage from the Gan family was quite interesting. At this time, the army officer has arrived in front of Zhao Hai. The officer then gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We welcome the arrival of the Lion Emperor Zhao Hai. I am the defender assigned to the East Gate, Leonard." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Captain Leonard is too polite. There's no empire here, so you can just call me Zhao Hai. We're now allies, jointly fighting against the demon race." Leonard didn't expect that Zhao Hai was very easy to speak to. He immediately replied, "All right, Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mister, come with me. I already sent word to the general. I'll be taking you to the general's residence." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took a step towards Demon City. At this moment, a horse carriage flew from inside Demon City. This carriage was quite spirited, but it still managed to keep stable. It stopped in front of Zhao Hai as its driver got down and said, "Mister, please board the carriage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then boarded the carriage. Then the carriage turned itself around and rushed back to the city. Leonard didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai's arrival as he led 20 other subordinates and escorted the carriage on the back to the city. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this reception, although he didn't regard himself as a monarch and an influential person. He was after all the Buddha clan's patriarch. In Demon City, this status should have at least gained high regard, giving him some allowance when it comes to authority. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived at the general's residence. The general's residence was actually just a normal house. Since there was no military outpost here, what the general used was the residence of a former merchant in Demon City. Because that merchant has returned to the Buddha Empire, his house was requisitioned and became the general's temporary place. As soon as the carriage arrived, Zhao Hai didn't even need to open the door as it was opened from the outside. Zhao Hai stared blankly as he saw a middle-aged man in military uniform holding the door of the carriage open. Then that middle-aged person gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Buddha Empire's General Bismar welcomes Mr. Zhao Hai to Demon City." Zhao Hai walked out of the carriage and returned the salute. "General Bismar is too polite. There's actually no need to open the door for me." Bismar smiled and said, "It is only proper for me to open the door for Mr. Mr. has been running around the continent, contacting each power personally. Compared to Mr.'s effort, me and the others can only bow down in shame. Mr., please come with me." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "All right." Then he walked towards the general's residence alongside Bismar. This temporary residence was not big, just a house and a courtyard. Bismar invited Zhao Hai to sit inside the residence's living room. At this point, the living room looked a lot more like a battle command center. There were stretches of map hanging on the wall as well as a big table at the middle of the room. This big table also had a map. This map showed Demon City as well as outside of it, the verified areas of the demonic abyss. This demonic abyss map was naturally incomplete, but the map of the surrounding areas was already helpful for the upcoming fight. Zhao Hai nodded at Bismar's methods. He turned to Bismar and said, "General is very diligent. May I know the plans that the general has come up with?" Bismar didn't expect Zhao Hai to be straightforward, having just arrived to Demon City. However, Bismar also knew that it wasn't time for small talk, so he immediately led Zhao Hai to the map. Then Bismar said, "Mister, look here, this terrain is very crucial in protecting the demonic abyss. This is due to the gentle slope. Although it isn't that steep, it can still hinder an army's advance. I intend to use this slope to carry out layers and layers of blockade to resist the demon army. What does Mr. think about this?" Zhao Hai looked at the map, gently knitting his eyebrows. To be honest, there weren't any major issues to Bismar's approach. However, that plan didn't take into account the large number of demonic creatures that would be coming out of the abyss. If a large amount of creatures come out, then this layers upon layers of blockade would eventually be overrun. At the same time, this plan would also dilute the number of personnel on each point, which was also detrimental in defending the city. When Bismar saw Zhao Hai frown, perhaps not contented with what he heard, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Zhao Hai was an existence that he cannot afford to offend. In fact, even the Buddha Emperor wouldn't dare offend Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Bismar saw that Zhao Hai seemed to be dissatisfied with the arrangement, he immediately became afraid. Zhao Hai was divided on whether to expose the numbers of the demon race or not. He was afraid that if he revealed the number of invaders to Bismar, then it might topple the general's confidence in defending the city. However, if Zhao Hai didn't tell the general the enemy's numbers, how could Zhao Hai convince him to change the plan? Zhao Hai thought about this for a while, then he opened his mouth and said, "There are no problems with the general's arrangement. However, I think the general seems to have overlooked something. That is the quantity of the demon realm's army." When Bismar heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then his expression turned ugly. He looked back at the map, which made his expression change even more. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you saying that there would be a large number of Demon Realm invaders?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "General, think about it. If the Demon Realm wanted to invade the continent, then would they only send a small number of soldiers? First, let's not discuss about how big the Demon Realm is, but an Ark continent, if one were given the power of the entire world, how big would their army be? The number of Demon Realm soldiers certainly wouldn't be smaller than that. At the same time, the combat power of the demons is quite strong. When I met a 9th rank demon last time, he didn't die even when I managed to slice his head open. He even managed to make a counterattack. This kind of combat resilience is astounding. Therefore, I think that the general should just withdraw the army and defend the city, and while the general defends the city, the external defenses will be handed over to me." When Bismar heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood. Zhao Hai had a lot of strong undead. This fact was already known to the continent. He also didn't doubt the fighting capability of Zhao Hai's undead. Bismar just overlooked the power and numbers of the Demon Realm army. Now that Zhao Hai said it, he also felt like there were problems in his plan. Chapter 682. An important person. Bismar understood that Zhao Hai wanted him to withdraw his army, minimizing the losses to the defending troops. At the same time, Zhao Hai would use his undead army to bear the brunt of the attack. After all, they were also strong enough to do so. Bismar wasn't a fool. Considering the manpower present in Demon City, it would be impossible for them alone to block the demon race. The previous time that the demons attacked, it took the power of the entire continent to drive them back. 9th rank experts joined in the resistance back then as well. Those 9th ranks even used forbidden sacrificial magic in order to seal up several spatial rifts. It was said that those 9th ranks were much stronger than the 9th ranks in the present time, and more importantly, a lot of forbidden magics have been lost from that day forth. If one were to compare the proficiency of magic today and in the past, then one could say that it might not have improved, and in terms of forbidden magics, then it might be even worse. The reason why Bismar thought about all of these was because magic was something that was constantly being developed. It was just like how Earth developed from using cold weapons into using firearms, from using stone tools into using metal ones. However, that progress took thousands of years. The Ark continent underwent the same process as well. After a long period of research, the continent's progress was also quite amazing. As far as people were concerned, the magic of the continent tens of thousands of years ago wasn't as complicated as it was now. That magic back then was just powerful, especially the forbidden magics. It had the power to move mountains. Although forbidden magics can still accomplish this at the present time, one shouldn't forget the fact that only very few mages were able to use forbidden magics. People who had studied history discovered that tens of thousands of years ago, promoting to 9th rank was much easier than it was now. At that time, there were even news that people had been ascending to the divine realm. But after that, there were no information of people ascending for tens of thousands of years. Although this point made people confused, their research yielded them with no results. In the end, the researchers just reckoned that the magic elements present in the continent right now was much thinner compared to back then. But was it really like this? Nobody knows. However, even if forbidden magics were very rare in the present time, the continent had actually taken another road when it comes to magic. Some low to mid-level magics have become stronger compared to back then. There were also a lot of mages right now, so if one would really compare, then the current magical level wasn't that worse compared to before. But while people can say that it's no worse than tens of thousands of years ago, nobody would dare say that it was stronger. If it took the entire continent to repel the demons last time, then it would also take the entire continent to repel the demons now. Although Bismar didn't know about the situation of the demon race, he was quite smart. He knew that the spatial cracks in the past had appeared by accident. The demons weren't aware that those spatial cracks would appear. They were also very ignorant when it comes to the Ark continent. But now, it was different. The demons had been aware of the Ark continent for tens of thousands of years. Although they were defeated and had the spatial cracks sealed, the demons still waited for many years in order to invade the Ark continent. The previous demon invasion can be said to be done in haste. They just didn't have time to prepare. But now that they were prepared, there was no way to solidly compare the two events. Therefore, blocking the demons here would certainly prove impossible. Besmir's purpose here was to delay the demons for a couple of days, giving the continent time to gear up. When he heard Zhao Hai's plan, Besmir couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, then we'll be doing it according to Mr.'s plan." "Does Mr. have any more ideas?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't. However, I'll be heading to the Gan family and then going to the demonic abyss to take a look. I want to clear all the undead and magic beasts there before the demons arrive, otherwise they might aid the demons in their invasion." Besmir stared, then he knit his eyebrows and said, "Mister, that is too dangerous. I suggest that you don't go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "General can rest assured. I already had managed to explore several forbidden areas of the continent. I had been to the northern ice field as well as the Carrion Swamp. The demonic abyss shouldn't be any different from those." Then Zhao Hai turned around and walked towards outside. When Besmir heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. There were few people who were aware that Zhao Hai went to the northern ice field. However, the fact that he had explored the Carrion Swamp wasn't well known. Zhao Hai's exploration of the Carrion Swamp was what made Besmir astonished. The people of the continent had always speculated that the Buddha clan had a secret territory somewhere. Otherwise, where would the family's good products come from? However, up until now, people weren't able to find it. But if one adds Zhao Hai's statement that he had explored the Carrion Swamp, seeing how well he was doing, and the fact that the Black Wasteland was still owned by the Buddha clan, Besmir immediately thought that the Buddha clan's mysterious territory was actually their first territory in the continent, the Black Wasteland. What was this? Is there something good out there in the Black Wasteland? It depends on which hands it falls into. Other dark mages can control thousands of undead, and it was known that Zhao Hai can control undead that numbered in the millions. If he can do this, then why can't he grow something in the Black Wasteland? Zhao Hai didn't care about what Besmir was thinking. The reason he told Besmir about this fact was because he was already prepared to reveal the Black Wasteland to the entire continent. At this point, there was no use for him if he were to take the Black Wasteland as his secret. After Zhao Hai left the general's residence, a carriage driver immediately bowed towards him and said, "Mister, I am the general's personal carriage driver. I have been given the task of taking you wherever you want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to go to the Gan family. Do you know the way?" The carriage driver immediately replied, "Of course, mister. There's no place in Demon City that I am unable to find. I ask Mr. to please board the carriage." Zhao Hai nodded and went into the carriage while the driver held the door open for him. Then the carriage immediately soared towards the Gan family. In Demon City, there were only few people who don't know of the Gan family. However, the family's residence wasn't very special. There were no special structures anywhere. It looks just like an ordinary residence with a very ordinary courtyard. As soon as the carriage stopped in front of the Gan family's residence, the carriage driver immediately got down from the carriage and went to two Gan family members who were guarding the gate. When the two Gan family members saw the carriage driver, they immediately recognized him. One of them said, "Barn, I didn't expect that you'd come. We really can't accommodate you. Do you know who we're expecting today? It's Mr. Zhao Hai. Therefore, the family can't really receive visitors now." Barn smiled at the two people and said, "I was given an order by General Besmir. Starting today, I will be acting as Mr. Zhao Hai's carriage driver. Today, Mr. Zhao Hai asked me to take him here to see the Gan family." After Barn said that, he quickly opened the door as Zhao Hai walked down from the carriage. The two people from the Gan family were shocked, then didn't think that Barn would actually be Zhao Hai's carriage driver. Although Barn's driving skills and carriage were the best in Demon City, they still didn't expect Zhao Hai to sit in Barn's carriage. They thought that Zhao Hai would be visiting the Gan family on board the general's special carriage. Actually, This arrangement was made by Besmur. He wasn't actually very stingy in handing his carriage over, however. He was given information by the Buddha Emperor that Zhao Hai preferred to be low-key if possible. Making a huge show wouldn't be to Zhao Hai's liking. Therefore, Besmur decided to have Barn take Zhao Hai around. Naturally, this arrangement was very well liked by Zhao Hai. After seeing Zhao Hai come out, the two immediately responded. They took steps towards Zhao Hai before bowing. "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mr., please come in." Then one of them escorted Zhao Hai in while the other ran as fast as he could to report the matter to the family. Naturally, the first one to be informed would be the patriarch of the Gan family. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this situation. He turned his head towards the doorman and said, "Hey, are you very familiar with Barn?" The Gan family member didn't think that Zhao Hai would be very polite. He couldn't help but gape his mouth. Unable to speak, Zhao Hai looked at the person's expression and smiled faintly. "Don't be anxious, just answer my question. I won't eat you." The Gan family member recovered. His face couldn't help but turn red as he apologized. "I'm very sorry, mister. I have been rude." "Right, I am very familiar with Barn. He grew up inside Demon City and his parents were adventurers. But one time, his parents went to the demonic abyss to explore, only to never come back. After then he became a beggar in Demon City before working for other people when he grew older. Afterwards, when he had the money, he bought himself a horse carriage, becoming Demon City's best carriage driver. With him having grown up in the city, there were nobody who bullied him, making him enjoy a good life. When the news about the demon invasion came and civilians were leaving, Barn decided to stay behind. He said that although he couldn't fight and help in resisting the demons, he would still offer his carriage to help the army with transportation. General Besmur felt grateful for Barn's decision, so he decided to have Barn be his residence's attendant. Chapter 683, Slaves. Zhao Hai quietly listened to the words of the Gan family member. If Zhao Hai was an influential person in the continent, then this Barn was a very small and unimportant person. In his entire life, Barn could only become a carriage driver. Besides slaves, he was among the lowest ranked people in the continent. However, Zhao Hai was actually touched by this unimportant person. He didn't have the strength, yet he still offered his efforts to defend his home. If the continent were to have a lot of people like this, then the continent would never fall. It wouldn't be a slave to the divine race, nor would it be eliminated by the demons. Zhao Hai had a firm belief of this point. When he heard the doorman's words, turned towards the carriage and looked at the scenery. Standing nearby the carriage was Barn, peacefully standing there while looking at the surroundings. It seems like it didn't matter to Barn whether he had seen this scenery before or not. Zhao Hai felt like Barn was like 1900 in the movie The Legend of 1900. Ever since childhood, Barn didn't leave Demon City, the same as 1900 who didn't leave the ship. Their lives were reflections of each other. The outside world was too big, and because of this, both of them were afraid. This made them decide to just stay in their own world. It also made Zhao Hai reflect on his life back on Earth, when he was just an ordinary nerd. The Gan family member was confused as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know why Zhao Hai stopped. Moreover, he was looking at Barn with a very strange gaze. However, the Gan family member didn't say anything. With his status, he didn't have the merit to disturb Zhao Hai. Not only him, even if the Gan family patriarch were to see Zhao Hai, he would still need to respect Zhao Hai's actions. Then Zhao Hai turned his head towards the doorman and said, "Let's go." He had made a decision. He would lead Barn to the outside world. He wanted Barn to see another world other than his own, even if it meant that Barn would know about the space. Although it was said that the Gan family's residence was common, it wasn't small. Just after Zhao Hai walked through the first courtyard, he suddenly heard some footsteps in the distance. Then as the footsteps got louder, several people appeared. These people were wearing mages' robes. It seems like they are the core members of the Gan family. On their lead was 50-year-old mage. He didn't have a very magnificent robe, and the staff on his hand seems like it was made out of beast bones. His hair was somewhat gray, but it was actually very neat. If one were to see Wei Gan and see him as embarrassing, then this person exudes the presence of seriousness. However, instead of seriousness, this old mage had a very excited look on his face. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and knelt. "Mister, please forgive me for being unable to personally welcome you. I ask Mister to excuse my bad manners. I am the patriarch of the Gan clan, Taiwan Gan." The mages behind him knelt down as well. This action gave the doorman an extreme fright. When the core members saw Zhao Hai, they didn't just salute, they actually knelt. The doorman was afraid that he had been very disrespectful. Zhao Hai didn't expect these people to go overboard with their greeting. He immediately helped Taiwan up as he said, "Why would Patriarch Taiwan give me such an overboard greeting? This Zhao Hai won't dare accept it." Taiwan bowed down and said, "Mister can surely accept it. If Mister can't, then nobody could. Our Gan family is willing to be Mister's slaves. I hope Mister can agree." Zhao Hai stared. Being a slave was completely different from being vassals. Vassals have their own autonomy. It would be fine as long as they obey their master's orders. However, slaves didn't have the right to autonomy. In the future, they would need to obey Zhao Hai's every word. They would do what Zhao Hai wanted them to do. Zhao Hai couldn't understand. Why would they suddenly decide to become his slaves? Zhao Hai didn't agree immediately. Instead, he calmly said, "Patriarch is too polite. I will not accept for now. Can we go in and discuss it first?" Taiwan immediately replied, "Of course, we have been disrespectful. Mister, please come in." Then he led Zhao Hai towards through the courtyard and then to a lobby. Then he asked Zhao Hai to sit down while all of them stayed standing. Zhao Hai looked at them and calmly asked, "Might I know why your family wanted to become my clan's slaves?" Taiwan settled his own emotions down and seriously replied, "I'll be totally honest to Mister, after this demon race matter gets finished, we won't be able to stay inside Demon City anymore. We had stayed inside Demon City for a long time, but we still haven't made any close friends. Even if we side with the Kelsey family, we still can't be assured of our future. Therefore, we decided to side with Mister. You are the continent's strongest dark mage, so we want to rely on you for survival. And since we don't have the abilities to be vassals, we are willing to be your slaves." Zhao Hai looked at Taiwan. He can somewhat understand the sorrows of this small clan. Therefore, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How many people currently belong to the Gan family?" Taiwan immediately replied, "We have a total of 17 dark mages in the family. 7 4th ranks, 3 5th ranks, 3 6th ranks, 2 7th ranks, and 2 8th ranks. There are also 32 other members along with 10 slaves." Zhao Hai nodded. The number was not a lot. He turned his head to Taiwan and said, "You really want to be my clan's slaves? You can think about it more." Hearing that Zhao Hai seems to be willing, Taiwan quickly said, "We are willing, very willing." "Mister, rest assured, we already discussed this with everyone." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I agree. Starting today, you shall call me young master. Call all your family members as well as slaves. I shall be sending them to a safe place." "The dark mages would have to remain? I need you somewhere else." Taiwan immediately responded, "Yes, young master, we will arrange it right away." Then he immediately told the dark mages behind him to arrange the things that Zhao Hai had ordered. Then Taiwan stayed to listen for further instructions from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Most people in the continent only know that I am a dark mage, but they didn't know how I became one. Since you have become my slaves, then I shall be open about you about these. After this matter, I shall tell you. In the meantime, I shall be using my space divergent technique in order to send your family members to the Black Wasteland. That place is the true place of my Buddha clan. Then I shall be giving all of you potions, elevating your strengths to 9th rank, bleeding you to the demonic abyss in order to eliminate all the magic beasts and undead there so that they cannot become part of the demon army." Even if Zhao Hai hadn't revealed too much, these small secrets were enough to make the Gan family dark mages excited. Zhao Hai telling them things that ordinary people couldn't know meant that Zhao Hai already treated them as his clan's slaves. Although being a slave to another wasn't the most glorious thing, it still depends on where one was a slave to. Slaves of an emperor were still powerful people, and Zhao Hai himself was a monarch. There weren't a lot of people in the Gan family and they didn't have a lot of belongings. In a place like Demon City, one couldn't really get that much belongings. Zhao Hai arrived outside and when he saw the others he nodded. Then he said to Taiwan, "You arrange 2 people to go guide them. When they arrive at the Black Wasteland, someone will arrange their accommodation. Tell them to not be anxious and just follow instructions." Taiwan nodded. Then he immediately acted on Zhao Hai's instructions. Before long, everything was arranged. Then Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and took these people to the Black Wasteland. Just when he had agreed to take the Gan family as his slaves, Care already went to inform Green and the others. There weren't a lot of people this time, so Green shouldn't have any problems in accommodating these people. Green had already arranged residences for tens of thousands of people. This matter should be very easy. However, Green still needed to take special attention to these people. After all, they had just become the Buddha clan's slaves. Therefore, they should be given the same accommodation as the clan's slaves. They were going to be arranged at Iron Mountain Fort. Before long, the 2 Gan family dark mages came back. Seeing that the 2 dark mages had arrived, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Taiwan and said, "Have all of the family's dark mages come here. I shall be giving you potions that would make you 9th ranks at the shortest time." They looked at Zhao Hai with surprised expressions. This was because Zhao Hai had told them that he would make them into 9th ranks. Although Zhao Hai had told them about this beforehand, they just thought that they had misheard him. Their strongest members were 8th ranks, and even them didn't know when they'll become 9th ranks. Therefore, what they got from Zhao Hai's previous announcement was that they would just get stronger by a bit, and not become 9th ranks. But it seems like they had not misheard Zhao Hai. He really wanted to make them 9th ranks. Was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and coldly snorted, "Don't doubt me, even my undead are 9th ranks. Otherwise, where would I find the confidence to trash the dragons?" Taiwan, who was still shocked, immediately recovered and bowed down. "Please forgive us, young master. We don't dare doubt the young master's words." The other dark mages also bowed down to Zhao Hai. "Please forgive us, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, don't doubt me from now on. Your young master is a god-ranked expert. I just didn't decide to ascend to the divine realm. I tell you this, the laws of this world can't control me. I want to head towards the demonic abyss this time in order to promote my own strength. But since you had sided with me, then I shall increase your strengths. After all, I cannot manage everything in the continent, so I would have you be my representatives. And since you represent my Buddha clan, I can't have you looking so weak lest you lose face for the clan." All of them were stunned, however, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be a god-ranked expert. No wonder Zhao Hai dared to eliminate the dragons. All of them were extremely happy. They didn't think that they would actually serve a god-ranked expert. There was zero shame in becoming slaves to a god-ranked expert. In fact, it might even cause envy on a lot of people. Chapter 684, Gan Clan and Barn. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say these words to these people was because he has his own plans. He was not afraid that these people would reveal his secrets. He would make them into 9th ranks and then bring them to the demonic abyss in order to fight against the magic beasts as well as the undead. He wanted to do it in this way because he wanted to see the reactions that came with these people. If they were sincere with him, then the advantages that they would gain wouldn't be small. However, if they were insincere, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to be impolite. But Zhao Hai was just being too overly careful this time. Being a slave to the Buddha clan wasn't a shame. In fact, having a god-ranked expert as well as an emperor as a master was something that not a lot of people could have. Zhao Hai withdrew a bottle of water. Naturally, this water was spatial water. This water can help the Gan family members become 8th ranks. When they arrive at that rank, then they would consume God's blood in order to become 9th ranks. Zhao Hai gave the bottle over to Taiwan and said, "This is a potion that can elevate your level. However, this is only effective up until you become 8th rank. When all of you become 8th rank, you come back to me." Taiwan was shaking while he received the bottle of spatial water. For their family, This bottle was extremely precious. There were potions in the continent that would elevate the levels of mages and warriors, however, those potions were very expensive. Even great nobles were reluctant to spend that money. In the minds of the great nobles, instead of spending a huge amount of money to buy that potion, they might as well spend that in training someone with high talent. It was because of this that potions that can upgrade levels became very rare in the continent. After handing the potion over, Zhao Hai turned around and returned to the living room. He wanted to see how long these people would take in order to rank up. One must know that this potion was much better than the one before. Zhao Hai believed that upgrading ranks this time would be much faster than back then with Laura and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the low-ranked dark mages of the Gan family weren't in their current rank because of their lack of talent, but because of their young age instead. In fact, if one were to compare the Gan family's talent with the rest of the continent, then they can be deemed to be quite gifted. One must know that aside from the difficulty of reaching 9th rank, being an 8th rank was quite hard as well. There were even some small clans that didn't have these 8th ranks. But the Gan family, while being in Demon City, actually managed to produce 2 8th ranks. This was sufficient evidence for their lineage. There was not much control in Demon City, but in the same way, this made them isolated towards the supplies of the continent. If one were to see the Buddha Empire's capital as a metropolis of magic, then Demon City would be that small village in the outskirts of the empire, a small village that was regularly attacked by wild beasts. When he saw Taiwan and the others discussing about the potion and then cultivating, Zhao Hai came out of the living room. He wanted to see Barn. At this point, all of the Gan family's servants have left. Originally, Taiwan wanted to keep some people here, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. This way, he didn't have to worry about these people and even made it easier for him to walk around. More importantly, there wouldn't be a lot of people who would come and give him greetings. Barn was currently sitting outside his horse carriage, patiently waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Barn's attitude, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Barn, come here." Barn was sitting in his carriage while in a daze. He knew that there was only a small chance for this home of his to remain. This was the reason why he was in a daze. He has never left Demon City in his entire life. If he left this place, he wouldn't know how to live. Therefore, he chose to stay behind. When Barn heard Zhao Hai, he immediately recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai, who called him from the Gan family's gate. He stared for a moment before he quickly jumped down from the carriage and went towards Zhao Hai. Then he gave a bow and said, "Mister, do you need me for anything?" Zhao Hai looked at Barn and said, "Barn, come with me. I have something to tell you." Barn nodded, then followed Zhao Hai into the Gan family's residence. After entering the Gan family's residence, Barn felt that it was empty. He had visited the Gan family once or twice before, and he recognized almost all of the people in the Gan family. However, he wasn't able to see any of them when he entered this time. It was as if the entire Gan family had vanished. But Barn didn't dare to ask as he followed Zhao Hai into the Gan family's living room. Then Zhao Hai sat down as Barn respectfully stood there. Zhao Hai saw Barn's anxious face and couldn't help but smile. "Barn, there's no need to be nervous. I want to ask, are you willing to leave Demon City?" Barn stared for a moment. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask him about this issue. He couldn't think of a good answer. He can just refuse and use the same reason that he gave the general, wanting to protect Demon City. However, he would be lying if he said so. At the same time, Barn had the feeling that he had been seen through by Zhao Hai. Therefore, he really can't say that he wanted to stay in Demon City, willing to fall along with the city's demise. Zhao Hai looked at Barn's expression and smiled faintly. "Can't think of a good reply." "You don't want to leave Demon City? After all, this is your home, right?" But as you can see, this place was also the home of the Gan family, but now all of them had left save for the family's dark mages. "All of them had been sent away by me." "Barn, if you want to leave, then I can send you to my Buddha clan's territory, making you live a whole new life there. Also, I forgot to tell you, I am not talking about Golden Island, it is a different place. Are you willing to go?" Barn stared. He really hadn't thought this point through. He looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as he asked, Why would Mr. want to help me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no special reason. I can just see a certain person's shadow on you. Barn, I know what you're thinking. You have never left Demon City since you were a child, so you don't know how you'll live once you go outside. This made you afraid, so you decided to stay in the city. I can arrange for you to live in my Buddha clan's territory. I can even have someone offer you a job, or you can continue driving your carriage. You don't have to worry about your life changing so much. You will be able to meet new people and also make new friends. So, do you want to go? Barn looked at Zhao Hai, then suddenly he made a serious question. Mister, if I went there, can I continue to drive your carriage? Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at this question. He didn't think that Barn would ask this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if you want to drive my carriage for me, then that's no problem. However, you have not cultivated yet. This wouldn't be good. After you go there, then I will make them teach you cultivation. After you have reached a high enough level, then you can drive my carriage. Barn knitted his brows and said, this, mister, I hadn't cultivated before, and I'm not very young anymore. Wouldn't it be too late for me to start cultivation? Zhao Hai actually laughed and said, there's never too late, Barn. Rest assured, whether you learn magic or battle chi, as long as you are willing to practice, then I can make you into an expert in a short period of time. What now? You want to go? As soon as Barn heard Zhao Hai, his two eyes lit up as he answered, mister, is that true? Then I'm willing. I want to go. Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, Barn, to be honest, you are completely unable to provide help here even if you choose to stay behind. I shall be sending you to the Black Wasteland. People will be there to arrange you to your place. Right. Do you want to go along with your carriage? Barn's face expressed his excitement as he said, you can do that, mister? That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, starting today, just call me young master. Now go and drive your carriage towards the back door. Barn nodded and then ran outside to get his carriage. Zhao Hai told Care about Barn's situation and then had Green and the others arrange a place for Barn to live in. Before long, Barn arrived, then Zhao Hai used the space to send Barn and his carriage towards the Black Wasteland. After completing all of these, Zhao Hai looked at the Gan family's situation. Majority of them had already reached 8th rank, the other two were on the cusp of breaking through. But, Taiwan was very faithful to Zhao Hai's order. He waited until all of them became 8th ranks before going to see Zhao Hai. It was already noon when all of the family's mages reached 8th rank. After that, they all went to the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the group and nodded. He took out a red vial of liquid and said, this potion shall boost you from 8th rank to 9th rank. In a while, some people would come and invite me over for a meal in the general's residence. When I come back, all of you should have already reached 9th rank. After that, we'll depart towards the demonic abyss. All of the mages nodded. Then at this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside. Is Mr. Zhao Hai in? General Bismar is inviting Mr. Zhao Hai over for a meal. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to the mages and said, all of you work hard. The Gan family nodded. Then Taiwan went and escorted Zhao Hai to the gate. Waiting outside the gate was a team of cavalry. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, their captain immediately gave a bow and said, the general is inviting Mr. Zhao Hai over to dine. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright. Let's go. Barn has become my servant and has already left. Later on, you don't need to arrange a carriage for me. I can walk by myself. Then with an intention, Zhao Hai summoned Alien. He sat inside Alien's body before heading towards the general's residence. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Taiwan turned to the others and said, did you hear the young master? Immediately go and cultivate. If young master comes back and someone is still not 9th rank, then I will be giving out punishments. Chapter 685, Historical Novel like the Three Kingdoms. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the bone dragon. Behind him were the people from the Gan family. At this moment, these people were already 9th rank. They were currently feeling like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe that they had become 9th ranks. It was completely unbelievable. 9th rank experts were considered to be the peak powers of the continent, and all of the dark mages in the Gan family were now 9th ranks. This gave them extreme excitement. However, they didn't dare to be complacent. They understood that this was given by Zhao Hai. If they dared to betray him, then Zhao Hai would definitely clean them up. They didn't believe that they were the only 9th rank subordinates of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai can make them into 9th ranks, then he could definitely make other people 9th ranks as well. If Zhao Hai had a lot of 9th rank subordinates and then the Gan family decides to rebel, then aren't they just courting death? But most importantly, when they became 9th rank, they still weren't able to fathom Zhao Hai's level. This made Taiwan and the others believe Zhao Hai's previous words, that Zhao Hai was a God-ranked expert. A 9th rank and a God-ranked expert were just too different. Their disparity was leagues greater than the difference between an 8th rank and a 9th rank. Therefore, the Gan family was very loyal and devoted to Zhao Hai. They were afraid that if Zhao Hai wanted them to die, then they wouldn't even have the time to blink before they perish. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to think about these right now. He was thinking about the Radiant Church's reaction upon hearing about the demon race's arrival. The news about the demon race had spread quickly throughout the continent. This was also in line with Zhao Hai's plan. He wanted the church to give this news to the divine race, prompting them to make their move ahead of time. The people from the Radiant Church weren't aware that Zhao Hai had so many 9th ranks in his hand. So after they received the news about the demon race, they would surely inform the divine race. After all, the divine race wouldn't want the demon race to conquer the continent first. Compared to the native population of the Ark continent, the divine race should be more afraid of the demon realm. This was because the strength that was displayed by the demons was no worse than the divine race. It was impossible for the divine race to allow the demons to eliminate the people in the Ark continent, then just swoop in to claim the prize. In fact, Zhao Hai reckoned that the divine race was not interested about the Ark continent itself, but its people instead. If the entire population of the Ark continent were to get extinguished, then the divine race wouldn't be able to gain anything. Most importantly, the demon race's launching point was in the demonic abyss, a place not too far from the Radiant Empire. In this case, the demons would surely target the Radiant Church first. And since the Radiant Church alone couldn't stop the demon army, they would definitely call upon the divine race. After all, there weren't any other people in the continent who would come into their rescue. Instead, the continent might even find joy in this encounter. These were the two invaders. They might as well fight each other. In the case of the demons, their spatial rift needed the blood void formation in order to activate. On the other hand, there doesn't seem to be some magic that was being done by the divine race. This made Zhao Hai believe that the divine race really had the capability to take action. Perhaps they might even appear in the continent quite soon. This was what Zhao Hai desired. If the divine race failed to arrive, then the Ark continent would then face an enemy one after the other. On the contrary, if the divine race were to come, the situation would now turn into a three-way battle with the locals of the Ark continent, the demons, and the divine race. Like in the Tale of Three Kingdoms, between the divine race and the demons, one of them wanted to get the Ark continent for themselves, while the other wanted to enslave the natives. Although it seems like there was an avenue for zero conflict, the divine race wouldn't just allow the people of the Ark continent to enter the divine realm. In the eyes of the divine race, the Ark continent was inhabited by savages, people who didn't belong to the divine realm. What the divine race wanted to do was to keep the natives in the Ark continent, making it like a pen. The sheep were the natives and the herders were the divine race. When the time comes that a sheep gets fat, the divine race would then come over and take it for themselves. On the other hand, the demon race wanted to massacre the entire native population. This was something that the divine race wouldn't agree to. They don't really care about the pen, but if the sheep were to be touched, then they certainly would fight back. This was where the two came to contradict each other. As long as they have this contradiction, then it would be impossible for them to cooperate, and in the process, making the pressure on Zhao Hai much smaller. And the most important thing was that the place where the demons would arrive was not far from Radiant Empire. Behind the demonic abyss would be the Buddha Empire, the Lion Empire, the Rosen Empire, the Ixa Empire, and then the Beastmen. With all of these in line, the continent would have a strategic depth in their defense. On the contrary, the Radiant Empire would be left isolated, without any backers supporting them. If the demons were thinking right, then they would definitely target the Radiant Empire first, getting themselves in conflict with the divine race. This was the scenario that Zhao Hai wishes to happen the most. Because of this, Zhao Hai started paying attention towards the Radiant Empire, but unfortunately, he can't use the Blood Ghost Staff to conduct reconnaissance on the Empire. This was due to a strange situation happening in the Radiant Empire. When the Blood Ghost Staff went there, it seems like its range of vision had become very small, and it also seems like the Empire's 9th ranks had been tasked to patrol the area. This made Zhao Hai unable to have his staff wander off too closely. Otherwise, if those 9th ranks find out, then he would have to find more innovative ways to scout the enemy out. However, this wasn't a bad thing for Zhao Hai. This performance from the Radiant Church meant that the divine race has started to move quickly. As long as the divine race takes action, then it would be good for Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai's current strength was very strong. It can be said that compared to the war tens of thousands of years ago, Zhao Hai's capabilities had already surpassed the other powers. But one shouldn't forget that the demons had managed to prepare for 10,000 years all well. Additionally, they were also very well suited for battle. Every one of them were formidable fighters. This was something that gave Zhao Hai some worries. Therefore, he wanted everything to be prepared as much as possible. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Buddha Empire would be able to defend against the demons. Because of this, a plan for evacuation was already gone underway. The Buddha Empire would be turned to be a strategic defense position. Their generals would block the demons as much as possible. Naturally, this was in the premise that the divine race didn't come. If the divine race arrives, then they would get into a skirmish with the demons. When that happens, then the lives of Zhao Hai and the others would become better. Zhao Hai was also quite worried that the divine race wouldn't act. Although the Blood Ghost Staff wasn't able to see the situation inside the Radiant Church, Zhao Hai knew that a plan of action was already underway by the divine race. But as to what plan this was, Zhao Hai had no clue. This matter being out of his vision was not very good. Zhao Hai didn't like this feeling. At this time, the Bone Dragon had already penetrated inside the abyss. Every single magic beast and undead that Zhao Hai came across weren't spared. Those he can kill were killed, while the undead were absorbed into the space, turning them into Zhao Hai's soldiers. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the magic beasts and undead present here were relatively low level. One must know that Zhao Hai and his team were already quite deep into the abyss. Where were the formidable creatures? Did they go back to the demon realm? The Gan family were behind Zhao Hai during the entire ordeal, and they had witnessed how powerful Zhao Hai was. While they were descending, Zhao Hai had released a batch of undead, sweeping everything in the way, whether they be darkness beasts or undead. All of them were eliminated in a short period of time. The Gan family maths were also dark mages. Moreover, they were very familiar with the demonic abyss and had used undead summoning to subdue the undead here. However, compared to Zhao Hai's undead, their own undead had fallen extremely short. They now understood why Zhao Hai didn't trust their combat efficiency. They were just too weak. If they didn't rank up, then not to say Zhao Hai, even Zhao Hai's undead would stump them then and there. Soon, the group went deeper into the demonic abyss. This was a place where no person had explored before. This made the group even more careful in their advance. Zhao Hai stood on top of the bone dragon as it went forward in a moderate pace. At the same time, the undead on the ground had kept on cleaning up the demonic abyss, missing absolutely nothing. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai had noticed something interesting. He made the bone dragon slowly go down as they stopped a few meters above the ground. Taiwan and the others followed Zhao Hai's gaze. They wanted to see what managed to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Looking down, Taiwan and the others couldn't help but get absorbed by the view. Under them was a sea of flowers. Flowers of various colors were everywhere. It looked very beautiful. The Gan family dark mages were very surprised to see this flower garden. They didn't think that the demonic abyss would have such a place. Was beauty something that belonged to the abyss, compared to an emperor's garden? This sea of flowers was just more attractive. This fact was quite inconceivable. At this time, Zhao Hai's undead had also arrived by the flower garden. However, they didn't advance, they just stared into this sea of flowers. Chapter 686, Man-Eating Flower, Flower Devil Race. The reason why Zhao Hai stopped to see these flowers was because Kair just recognized what these were. The flowers weren't flowers from the Ark continent, instead it was one that was found in the demon realm. This flower was a demon plant, simply because it was from the demon realm. It was a flower that gave demons a headache. In fact, these flowers were controlled by a demon itself. It was called Man-Eating Flower. Just from the name alone, one could see what kind of flower it was. The attacking power of a single flower can reach the strength of 4th to 5th rank. If it was a large one, then maybe even 8th ranks would have to turn around and leave it be. Kair had been low-key during her stay inside the demon realm. She didn't attack demons, on the contrary, her leaves can even become a food source for the demons and the demonic beasts. Therefore, her reputation in the demon realm was quite high. After demons die, they would even bury their bodies under Kair's vines, providing her with extra nutrients. On the other hand, this man-eating flower was different. Since their attacking strength was formidable, they didn't need Kair's methods in order to survive. On each petal on these flowers were saw-like teeth. As long as a person or beast comes walking in, they would act like wild beasts and snatch them using its petals, like how a predator snatches their prey. Then the flower would chew the body into dust. Because of its saw-tooth teeth, they can even grind a magic beast's bone down to nothingness. Although the flowers don't look too tall, their vines were in fact very long. Moreover, these flowers were said to be perennial. They can also grow up to a meter wide. Their flowers were usually curled up, and when the flower attacks, the vine would suddenly shoot out as the flower went in to take a bite. If you think that the flower only had this as a means of attack, then you are wrong. It still had other offensive ways. They also had their vines that were so tough that normal swords wouldn't be able to cut through it. Not only were these vines thorny, they were poisonous as well. Once one gets cut through the skin, then they would immediately get paralyzed in no time. This paralyzing effect was very strong that even most 7th rank magic beasts weren't able to resist it. And if you were able to cut those vines off, you still shouldn't consider them as finished. This man-eating flower was very abundant in sap, and this sap was very corrosive. This corrosive effect can melt through your flesh and bones. It was so corrosive that once you ingest it, then it wouldn't take too long before your entire body turns into a heaping pile of mush. This mush would then become very helpful to the man-eating flower, becoming its fertilizer. Most importantly, the reproductive ability of this flower was very strong. Although the flower vine doesn't grow fast, as long as it doesn't get uprooted, then a flower would eventually bloom on top of it. For these reasons, these flowers had become a difficult existence in the demon realm. Only the flower devil race of the demon realm can control these flowers. Naturally, it wasn't just the flowers that they can control. At the same time, it can also cultivate them and spread them out. From the appearance of the flowers in the demonic abyss, it seems like they were cultivated by a flower devil. Zhao Hai looked at the sea of man-eating flowers. He now knew why many adventurers fell inside the abyss. If one couldn't recognize these flowers, then it would be very easy to be the flower's prey. Taiwan looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, are there any issues with these flowers?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Taiwan, then he smiled faintly and said, "You will know when you see it." Then he turned his hand and took out a magic beast corpse that he got from Akra Mountain, and then he threw it towards the sea of flowers. When the magic beast was thrown down, the flowers immediately turned into something that can only be compared to sharks that had smelt the scent of blood. All the flowers immediately snapped towards the corpse, wrapping it inside them. Before long, the flowers withdrew, leaving nothing behind. Even the bones of the magic beast weren't spared. Taiwan and the others looked at this in shock. They didn't expect these flowers to have so much attacking power. Zhao Hai looked all around before moving his hand, taking a man-eating flower directly into the space. As soon as the flower entered the space, a prompt was heard. Carnivorous plant detected. This flower has a spiritual imprint of another. Removing spiritual imprint. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like this flower was indeed raised by someone from the flower devil race. Zhao Hai looked at the sea of flowers. Since all of these were cultivated here, then the flower devil shouldn't be too far. Zhao Hai wanted to find it. However, Zhao Hai was also aware that this was not easy to do. The flower devils belong to a very special race in the demon realm. Their race can be said to be plant sprites like Kair, but they weren't fully plant sprites. They were also part beast. It was very unusual. They can turn into a person, able to walk in all directions while also able to become flowers, taking the place of a bud. Moreover, their lifespans were quite long. Most of them can easily live for about 1,000 years, and when they die, they would form into a seed, known as a flower devil seed. It didn't matter if they were people or magic beasts, as long as this seed gets mistakenly eaten, then the seed would slowly germinate inside the body of its host, and when it finally digested the host's body, a new flower devil would be born. There weren't a lot of flower devils in the demon realm. Moreover, they also needed to be adults in order to control flowers with strong attacking capability like the man-eating flowers. Usually, they would just control ordinary flowers. Although adult flower devils were strong, they were very weak in their childhood. Flower devils can breed as well. Their breeding method was very special. Two flower devils would meet and then they would become flowers. After that, through pollination, another flower devil would be born between the two of them. Zhao Hai looked all around but he still couldn't see even a shadow of a flower devil. It seems like it had turned into its flower form. Zhao Hai didn't become polite. He wanted to snuff this flower devil out. Zhao Hai absorbed a huge chunk of man-eating flowers into his space. Then no prompt came from the space, so Zhao Hai took another chunk into the space. Finally, when Zhao Hai took his fifth chunk of man-eating flower into the space, a movement can be seen in the distance. A flower suddenly changed and slowly stood up. Zhao Hai knew that this was what he was waiting for. Zhao Hai sized this flower devil that was in the process of standing up. Its stature was tall and big. It was unexpectedly 4 meters high. It was wearing a long robe that was composed of flower petals. It was brilliant purple and looked very fancy. The flower devil's face was red, and it had a hair that looked like a fresh flower that was in full bloom. This person had its eyes closed, probably not quite sober yet. Zhao Hai stood there, quietly observing the flower devil. After a while, the flower demon opened its eyes. The eyes weren't divided into sclera and pupil. Instead, it was pitch black, looking just like two reflective gemstones. Due to it being fully black, it actually gave out a very evil feeling. The flower devil looked into the distance and into Zhao Hai and his bone dragon. Then it opened its mouth and said, "How dare you take my children? Hand them over now, or else, die." The flower devil's opened mouth made Taiwan and the others shocked. The flower devil actually had sharp jagged teeth. It looked extremely horrible. Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and asked, "Are you a flower devil? What is your name?" The flower devil couldn't help but stare. Its black eyes seemed to shine for a moment before it asked, "Are you from the Ark continent? How come you are aware of our flower devil race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to know that. Now, tell me your name, or else I won't spare you." The flower devil laughed out loud and replied, "Empty boasts. Just because you're a 9th rank expert, you think you can deal with me? You are too naive." Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and smiled. "Of course I can deal with you. You're quite an easy target." The flower devil looked at Zhao Hai. Then it coldly said, "A human expert, finding out about the demon invasion. So he decided to stop it. Then I have something to tell you. You're already too late. The demon army will come soon, and there's no other way for you to stop it." Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and smiled. "I'm not here to stop it. There's no stopping the blood void formation. The demons back then told me about it. I'm only here to clean the place up." As soon as the flower devil heard Zhao Hai, his eyes suddenly flashed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually knew this much? Who are you? Why would you know about the matters of the demon realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter as to who I am. You only need to know that when the demon race comes, I would be the first one to stand up and defend the continent." The flower devil's eyes showed a cold expression, then he gave a long hiss, seemingly giving a command to the flowers on the ground. The flowers all stretched up like snakes getting ready to pounce. The flower devil looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You meeting me today can only be blamed on your bad luck. You shall die today, flower armor." Then just as his voice fell, the man-eating flowers immediately flew towards him. Before long, his body was covered with an armor completely made out of man-eating flowers. With this, the flower demon's stature had become even bigger, reaching a height of about 10 meters. But what made Zhao Hai shocked the most was that this armor actually performed just like the flower devil's own body. There weren't any awkward movements that can be seen. It moved fluidly just like how a normal being moves. It seems like the man-eating flowers had become part of the flower demon's body. Chapter 687, Flame Demon. Zhao Hai didn't think that the flower devil would have this trick, and at this moment, the flower devil started to actually fly. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Kair, who was god-ranked, still cannot make her main body float. Zhao Hai didn't expect the flower devil to be able to do what Kair can't. After the flower devil flew, it immediately waved his hand as man-eating flowers flew directly towards Zhao Hai and the others, looking just like pouncing snakes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his own hand as several bone dragons appeared and threw themselves towards the flower devil. At the same time, the bone dragons also blocked the flying man-eating flowers. Now it was the time for the flower devil to be startled. It didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually be able to unleash formidable undead. Just when the flower devil decided to hide, it suddenly discovered that it was already surrounded by undead. These undead formed a huge ball that rotated continuously. The flower devil stared. He didn't know what to do. Then a spatial rift appeared, and before the flower devil could react, it was quickly pushed into the rift by the undead. When the flower devil entered the space, a prompt was heard: plant-type demon detected, unwilling to surrender, proceeding to subdue. Plant-type demon surrenders. Detected special ability on plant-type demon, withdrawing ability and integrating it into the space. Space's manager can now use these abilities. Space's plants now have a higher chance of gaining sentience. Plants in the space now have much more defensive ability. Zhao Hai expected this result, therefore he wasn't too surprised. He was already aware that the flower demon had a lot of abilities. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't ignore the abilities that the flower demon had given to Kair. From what he can understand, Kair can now fly, which may allow her to leave the space. This was a good thing. It meant that Zhao Hai had gained another strong helper. Naturally, Taiwan and the others were unaware of all of these. What they saw was the undead surrounding the flower devil in a giant ball. Then after that, the flower devil disappeared. Although they couldn't understand what happened, they didn't dare to ask. Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored the excess undead. Then he commanded the bone dragon to fly forward and go through the sea of flowers. After the man-eating flowers, the amount of undead and dark beasts had increased. Zhao Hai was not polite. He absorbed all of them into the space. Zhao Hai and the others flew down even more. However, their speed had gone slower since the visibility had also gone shorter. Zhao Hai also discovered that even his divine sense was affected. He cannot sense things that were too far. At this point, the power of the dark beasts and the undead got stronger and stronger. Even Zhao Hai's 9th rank undead needed to exert some effort in order to clean them up, in order to eliminate the beasts and undead inside the abyss as soon as possible. Zhao Hai decided to speed things up. Since he couldn't see very far, decided to release more undead. At the same time, Zhao Hai also quickened their speed of advancing. However, the demonic abyss has once again proven how bottomless it was. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking that there was no end, he suddenly felt a powerful aura in the distance. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he stopped. Then a fierce roar was heard from in front of him as a fiery red light appeared. Zhao Hai immediately erected a magical barrier. If his movement wasn't quick, then they might have been burned by fire. Zhao Hai looked in front of him in surprise. He wanted to know where this heat came from. At this moment, A clump of red light slowly approached the bone dragon. Zhao Hai stared at the human-shaped monster that was made out of fire. This monster made a loud hissing sound as fire spewed out towards Zhao Hai's direction. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the creature. He can feel how destructive its flame was. Zhao Hai waved his hand to produce a ball of water. Then he threw the ball of water to quench the approaching fireball. Zhao Hai's water wasn't any common water. It was actually the space's glacial water. The coldness of this water easily trumps frozen ice. Once an average person touches this water, then they will surely be frozen to death. The ball of water slowly approached the fireball. It wasn't very big. Compared to the fireball, it would be like a watermelon being hit by a walnut. But unexpectedly, when Zhao Hai's ball of water came into contact with the fireball, the fire was immediately extinguished. At the same time, the water ball seemed to be untouched as it continued its trajectory towards the monster. The monster seemed very surprised. It immediately roared and raised its hand to release a stream of fire to collide with Zhao Hai's water ball. This time, the ball of water couldn't block it as it vaporized under the constant barrage hot flame. Zhao Hai knit the brows on his head. This flame demon was really hard to deal with. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai heard from Kair that the monster was named Flame Demon. It was another peculiar life form in the demon realm. In the demon realm, they can become god-ranked beings, with the majority of them having strengths much stronger than 9th ranks. Although the one in the demonic abyss wasn't god-ranked, it was still something that shouldn't be underestimated. It seems like the demons had gone big with their move. First, it was the flower devil, and now it was a flame demon. Who knows what else was waiting for Zhao Hai. At this rate, Zhao Hai can only use Bubble in order to deal with this flame demon. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to bother Bubble right now since the little blob was still learning about how to refine items. It wouldn't be worth it to have Bubble stop what he's doing just to deal with this flame demon. In fact, Zhao Hai can just kill this flame demon, but he also thought that the flame demon would be useful for the space, therefore he wanted to capture it. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt something move in the space's sky. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he thought about the little thing that he gained along with the crystal jar. It was something that looked like a small sun. After arriving at the space, the small sun went to the skies and stayed there. At this time, that same small sun transmitted the feeling of wanting to go out. Zhao Hai gawked. He couldn't help but think back to Bubble. If Bubble was the source of myriad water, then couldn't this little sun be a source of myriad fire? After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai made an intention as the small sun appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the little sun charge towards the flame demon. The flame demon suddenly sensed something dangerous coming from Zhao Hai's direction, so it didn't delay as it immediately turned to run away. However, its speed wasn't faster than the small sun. In just a short moment, the little sun already arrived by the flame demon and entered its body. The flame demon immediately stopped and roared out loud before it slowly turned silent. The flame demon's body slowly shrank before it completely vanished, leaving the little sun floating there. It seems like nothing changed from the sun's appearance. But Zhao Hai can feel that the little sun was quite happy. It was as if it had just eaten great food. After that, Zhao Hai absorbed the small sun back into the space. He urged the bone dragon to go further into the demonic abyss. On the other hand, Taiwan and the others couldn't help but turn stupid. They were very shocked by Zhao Hai's attacks. Zhao Hai was using special methods in order to deal with the enemies. Although it seems like Zhao Hai's methods weren't eye-catching, they still couldn't hide the strength that Zhao Hai had. Zhao Hai didn't care about the Gan family's reaction. He was now more curious about the situation with the demons. He was now convinced that there was something inside the demonic abyss. However, after flying for some time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. They haven't met anything. It seems like the demons have exhausted everything that they had. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped moving forward. He felt that something was wrong. He had been moving forward after he defeated the flame demon, but although the scenery in front of him was changing, he still felt that he wasn't advancing at all. Zhao Hai immediately called Kair over to see what was going on. What he got from Kair was information that he wasn't moving all this time, judging from what she saw from the monitor. This made Zhao Hai feel confused. This was because he had always been flying, but Kair actually told him that he didn't move. What was happening here? Zhao Hai calmed his mind. He closed his eyes and then felt everything around him. With this, he found out a lot of floating things that seemed to surround him. These seemed like filaments, but Zhao Hai wasn't sure if they really existed. They feel more like energy projections than actual objects. From what he can see, it looks like these hair-like things were giving Zhao Hai's surroundings a strange feeling. Zhao Hai quietly felt these floating energy filaments. He wanted to know what these were. Zhao Hai can feel that these things had no offensive ability. It cannot hurt him. However, these filaments were also giving Zhao Hai a dangerous vibe. This contradictory feeling surprised Zhao Hai. Chapter 688, Best Wife Candidate, Succubus. Zhao Hai calmed his mind as he felt the energy around him. He wanted to know what these things were doing and what their use was. However, Zhao Hai found himself unable to find anything out. Besides what he felt, there was nothing else, just the bone dragon and the others, hovering midair. Zhao Hai continued to feel out these energy filaments. Although they don't have any physical effects, it seems like they were doing something akin to a stick hitting water. Ripples were going outwards as the filaments waved around. The ripples were extremely faint. If Zhao Hai didn't have his god-ranked divine sense, then he wouldn't have sensed them. Zhao Hai carefully examined the ripples and was quick to discover that they were special types of spiritual force. It was quite peculiar. Not only was it hard to detect, their effect was manifested quite quickly. As soon as the ripples touched Zhao Hai's mind, they would immediately get absorbed and then disappear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel very strange. This mental attack was too weak. But he immediately found out that something was wrong. Then suddenly, the opposing party's fluctuation increased. At the same time, the more the other party exerted this force, the more comfortable Zhao Hai felt. However, Zhao Hai was not happy with this. In fact, he was quite startled at this point. He was now convinced that these ripples were up to no good and were responsible for Zhao Hai's strange situation. And then, Zhao Hai understood that he had been trapped in an illusion. After he had thought up to this point, the space immediately issued a prompt. Host is receiving an advanced level hypnosis attack. Host's form separated from hypnotic state. Space has increased its own hypnosis ability. Zhao Hai's mind went blank. Then he opened his eyes. It was not long before he discovered a demon not far away from him. She was a very attractive demon. She wore bewitching leather clothes. One could clearly see that this leather was made out of the skin belonging to a very advanced level beast. The leather was black, it didn't have any speck of hair on it and had a texture of a diver's suit. The leather tightly fit her body and was very perfect for her own form. The demon's skin had the same color as wheat and her facial expression was exquisite. She had silvery white hair which was quite long. At this time, she was about 10 meters away from Zhao Hai and the others. The bone dragon wasn't moving at all, it was just quietly floated in the air. Then Zhao Hai turned to Taiwan and the others. It seems like they were still unable to notice this female demon in front of them. Zhao Hai turned his head back to the female demon in surprise. This woman was too powerful, to the point that she can actually place Zhao Hai in an illusion. If Zhao Hai didn't become suspicious and was saved by the space, then he would have suffered consequences. At this time, Kair talked while inside the space. Young master, that's a succubus. Their race has the most powerful spiritual attack in the entire demon realm. Young master, it seems like you are in deep trouble now. Zhao Hai was confused at what Kair said. Trouble? What trouble? I have broken her attack. Therefore, I can just kill her whenever I want. How can that be trouble? Is it because I'm still in an illusion? Kair gave a smile and said, of course not. Young master is certainly out of the illusion. However, the succubi are the hardest people to deal with in the demon realm. Moreover, their race had a very unusual rule. When an adult succubus attacks using her mental power and her enemy manages to break free, then she would have to marry him. Of course, This isn't the only way that succubi get married. However, all married succubi would have a crystal piece on their foreheads, increasing the potency of their mental attacks. Young master, from what I can see, this adult succubi in front of you is still undefeated, meaning that she is still unmarried. Now that the young master has broken free of her attack, then I'm afraid that this succubi would have to marry you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. He would never expect this in 1,000 years. Then he asked Kair, is that really the case? Is there nobody in the demon realm that can defeat this succubus? From what I can see, her mental attack is indeed powerful, but it isn't to a point where nobody else can defeat it. Kair smiled and said, of course they aren't invincible, otherwise, the demon realm wouldn't have been ruled by the demon race. However, these succubi are very careful. In addition to their mental attack, they still have other ways to harm their enemies. If they aren't confident with their mental attack, then they certainly wouldn't use it. After all, the assassination techniques of the succubi were also very formidable. Additionally, they weren't the kinds of people who would stir up trouble with existences that they wouldn't dare to provoke. Because of this, marrying a succubus by withstanding their attack wasn't a very easy matter. A lot of succubi married their husbands voluntarily instead of being compelled to marry their opponent. At the same time, it is also impossible to force a succubus to marry someone. If the succubus is forced, then she might commit suicide. But before she dies, she would curse the other party, leaving an unerasable mark on him. After that, the person would then be hounded by the other succubi. One must also know that the succubi held great influence in the demon realm. A lot of them married very powerful people in the hierarchy of power and influence. Moreover, their unreasonable passion was also quite known. Once one person get married to a succubus, they would no doubt be held as someone worth respect. And when their husbands die, succubi wouldn't even hesitate to kill themselves. Because of this, everyone in the demon realm wanted to have a succubus as their wife. Not only are the succubi proficient in assassination, their mental power would also increase after being married. And most importantly, all succubi are very beautiful. They are the most ideal wives in the demon realm. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Then he asked, what if I just refuse to marry her after I break her mental attack? Kair shook her head. That would not be a good idea. The temperament of the succubus shouldn't be underestimated. If you chose to not marry her, then she would kill herself in front of you, marking you with the unremovable curse as well. Zhao Hai felt his head get more painful. He didn't think that he would meet such a hard-to-deal enemy. If the succubus were to discover that he had escaped from her attack, what reaction would she have? After thinking about this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gain hope. He turned to Kair and said, Kair, I'm not from the demon realm. Then wouldn't she refrain from marrying me? Kair shook her head and said, that is impossible, young master. It didn't matter what race you are, as long as you break a succubus attack, then she would marry you. It didn't matter if you aren't a demon, even if you are a magic beast, she would still marry you. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He hadn't heard of a race as terrifying as this. They were completely not in line with common sense. How could all of these be possible? Zhao Hai was thinking of methods to make the succubus believe that he was still under her attack. He wanted to get out of this trouble. Marriage wasn't an easy thing to decide on. At this time, Kair actually chuckled and said, congratulations, young master. You just gained another wife. The succubus just discovered that you had freed yourself from her attack. Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then he looked up at the succubus who had also opened her eyes. She was currently looking at Zhao Hai. Her wheat-colored cheeks seemed to have developed a blush. One couldn't deny how beautiful this succubus was, especially now where she was being timid and shy. But after thinking about their race's peculiar rule, Zhao Hai couldn't help but force a smile. When the succubus saw Zhao Hai's expression, her face couldn't help but get redder. She shook her head and then fixed her hair before she sternly looked at Zhao Hai and said, from what I can hear during your conversation with the Flower Devil, you should be knowledgeable about the demon realm. Do you know what I am? Zhao Hai wanted to say that he didn't know, but when he saw the succubus expression, he couldn't help but nod. On the other hand, Tywin and the others had just recovered. All of them couldn't help but freeze when they saw the beautiful woman in front of them. When the succubus saw Zhao Hai nod, she couldn't help but relax. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then do you know about the rule of our succubus race?" Zhao Hai had no choice but to bitterly nod. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he can feel that the other party can ascertain whether he was speaking the truth or not. He was afraid that once the succubus discovered that he lied, then she might kill herself immediately. If it was an ordinary enemy who killed themselves, then Zhao Hai wouldn't even bat an eye. But after Kair told him about the custom of the succubus race, he couldn't afford having this succubus kill herself. Therefore, he had no choice but to bitterly smile at this time. The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you are aware. Then from today on, I shall be your wife." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "But first you should know that I already have several wives, and I love them very much." The succubus actually coldly snorted and said, "I don't mind." Zhao Hai was left with nothing to say. He didn't think that the other party would give such a nonchalant reply. At this point, Tywin and the others couldn't make sense of what just happened. This woman in front of them seemed to be an enemy, but now she has become Zhao Hai's wife. They didn't know if they should prevent her approach or just stay there. All of them felt that they had gone stupid from all that just happened. Chapter 689, The Weakness of the Undead. In the end, Tywin and the others decided to refrain from moving. This was because even Zhao Hai himself didn't make a move. They decided that it wouldn't be good if they were to make any unnecessary actions. Zhao Hai looked at the succubus that stood right beside him in the Bone Dragon. Then he said, "You have to think carefully. I am the focal point of the Arc-Continent Alliance, the first one to go up against the Demon Realm. If you really want to marry me, then you would be enemies with your own people, every demon, and all of the Demon Realm." The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "If you must kill all the demons, then I would even help you sharpen your blade." Zhao Hai gave a short HMPH, however, he didn't say anything. He knew that it wasn't the time to talk too much at this point, so he just asked, "Are there any more demons ahead? And why are you here? Isn't the blood void supposed to be indestructible?" The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We are here to guard the Void Formation. Although the Blood Void can still activate after being destroyed, it would still be much better if it operates in its full potential. There aren't a lot of people here, aside from the Flower Devil, Flame Demon, me, and the Dark Beasts and Undead. There aren't other people. However, there are 10 demons in the formation itself. If you go forward, the undead and dark beasts would go all out in stopping you. 10 of those dark beasts and undead are 9th ranks, the others are all 8th ranks. They are tasked to delay you as much as possible from destroying the Void Formation. However, I think you're not here to destroy the formation. Otherwise, you would have destroyed the Blood Formation back then." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded and said, "You're right, I didn't want to destroy the Blood Void. Instead, I'd rather wait for it to finish and get more preparation time that way. After all, there aren't very much difference between launching now and launching later, right? I still don't know your name." The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm called Barry. If you destroy the Blood Void ahead of time, the power of the rift would be reduced by 1/10 of the original." Barry's voice had become mellower compared to before, her cold disposition seems to have vanished. But Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to it now. He was currently pondering about what 1/10 of a difference can do. Will he have to destroy the formation now? In the end, Zhao Hai decided to refrain from destroying it. Once he attacked the Blood Void, then it would immediately start. However, Demon City was still unprepared. Although 1/10 couldn't be underestimated, Zhao Hai deemed it to be negligible when compared to the time for preparation. Even if the rift were to be reduced, the sheer size of the Blood Void rift would still be quite large. A difference between 1,000,000 demons and 900,000 demons seemed to be insignificant in the long term. Barry looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really don't want to destroy the Blood Void?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Destroying it is useless. This time, I only came to eradicate all dark beasts and undead in the abyss. I want to prevent them from being an addition to the demon army. What can a tenth of a difference really do to us? What significant difference would there be between 1,000,000 demons and 900,000 demons? Barry's eyes flashed while she looked at Zhao Hai. Then she sighed and said, "You really don't understand the demons." They had been waiting for that day, for many years. For you, 1,900,000 might not have much of a difference since you are the enemy. However, for 100,000 demons to see the Ark continent in advance is a very big factor for the demons. People would fight to the death even for just a spot of being able to see the Ark continent a day ahead. Zhao Hai can understand what Barry meant. If one were to tell people who lived in darkness that they can see the sunlight, then they would be extremely desperate in order to be the first one in the line. Between Zhao Hai and the demons, the significance of a tenth was completely different. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he didn't speak anymore. He urged the bone dragon to go forward. He wanted to complete his original plan of coming here, eliminating all the dark beasts as well as the undead. Just as Barry said, Zhao Hai didn't meet any significant resistance as he went forward. All that they had come across were more dark beasts and undead. Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he turned to Barry and said, "You have become quite close to me back then. Why haven't you used your assassination techniques and went for a mental attack instead?" When Barry heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. "I was already near you when you were fighting with the Flame Devil. However, I knew that our assassination techniques would alarm the Bone Dragon before I arrive. Therefore, I decided to trap you here using my mental attack until the Blood Void activates." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that since Barry was aware of his conversation with the Flower Devil, then she should have been present when he fought the Flame Demon. However, the two fights had shown Barry how strong he was. Therefore, Barry had no choice but use their mental attack. However, she didn't expect that she would lose. Zhao Hai stopped asking about this matter. He turned his gaze towards the distance and said, "They should be coming about now." Zhao Hai was referring to those 10 ninth ranks. As expected, just as Zhao Hai said that, 10 black spots appeared in the distance. The black spots slowly grew as it approached Zhao Hai. Among them were 8 dark beasts and 2 undead creatures who were emitting a strong aura. The dark beasts are just special magic beasts, so they didn't get too much out of Zhao Hai's attention. On the other hand, the undead made Zhao Hai intrigued. He didn't expect that the undead would be able to reach 9th rank naturally. This was the first time that he saw a true 9th rank undead. The 2 undead had human forms. Their bodies were equipped with worn-out battle armor. They were also holding damaged great swords. Their image conforms to what Zhao Hai expected 9th rank undead would be. However, these 2 undead creatures gave Zhao Hai a peculiar feeling. Zhao Hai felt that he was facing actual people instead of undead. Compared to what he felt with the Space's 9th rank undead, these 2 undead had a more formidable aura. Zhao Hai curiously looked at the 2 9th rank undead and said, "Are you naturally evolved undead? Why would you listen to the words of the demons? Demon consciousness, unsurpassed honor, kill." Zhao Hai thought that the opposite party wouldn't reply. He really didn't expect that they would say anything, even in broken sentences. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he commanded the undead on the ground to fly up. Then he had this group of undead form a small cube formation in front of Zhao Hai. After that, he commanded them to fight the 10 9th ranks. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these undead. He wanted to see how these 9th rank dark beasts and undead from the demon realm fight. From Zhao Hai's calculation, aside from the 9th ranks, there should be about 1 million undead as well as about 2 million dark beasts. However, he didn't kill the 8th rank dark beasts this time. All of them were absorbed into the space. Additionally, the 8th rank undead were also taken into the space, changing them into Zhao Hai's own undead army. Before long, the 10 9th ranks had managed to eliminate about 100 of Zhao Hai's own 9th rank undead. But instead of being angry, Zhao Hai was actually glad. He discovered that these naturally formed 9th rank undead seemed to be much more powerful compared to the 9th ranks that were produced by the space. This made Zhao Hai puzzled at first, but he quickly thought of the reason. One was artificially promoted by the space while the other was made after innumerable years of existence. In these years, the undead should have encountered a lot of battles, making its fighting experience constantly improve. It seems like battle experience was more important to these undead than what Zhao Hai originally thought. Although the undead of the space were similarly 9th rank, they were still far behind those who were forged through constant battle. Because of this lack of experience, the space's undead were unable to utilize all of their strength. It was like having powerlifter fight. He might be strong, but it was extremely possible that he would lose against a similarly strong but experienced fighter. However, there was no way for Zhao Hai to have an immediate solution to this problem. The undead in the space were truly lacking in genuine battle experience. Moreover, before becoming 9th ranks, most of them had strengths that were incomparably low. This caused a disparity in their thoughts and actual strength. The only solution that Zhao Hai thought of was to forge them through constant battle during the war. Only when they can accumulate experience would they be able to perfectly control their strength. 1. Now that the demons were on their way and the divine race not far behind, huge battles would surely happen in the future. Zhao Hai would use this opportunity to have his undead acquire ample experience. That way, Zhao Hai can then command an invincible army. Whether it be the demons or the divine race, Zhao Hai would not be afraid anymore. He would even march into the demon realm and the divine realm in order to eliminate future problems. Chapter 690. Miscalculation of time. It didn't take too long before the fight finished. Although Zhao Hai's undead suffered when faced with the same 9th rank power, they were completely dominating those who are less ranked. After all, 8th rank and 9th rank were totally different from each other. After all the dark beasts and undead have been cleaned up, Zhao Hai continued to fly ahead, and before long, they arrived at a valley inside the demonic abyss. At the valley, the first thing that Zhao Hai noticed was the spatial rift. Coming out from the rift were clumps of black gases. Fortunately, this rift wasn't big. It was only less than a meter long and a half-meter wide. Aside from small people, no bigger creatures can emerge at this time. With the spatial rift as the center, a huge magic formation was erected, shooting out white radiance now and then. This was the void formation of the blood void. Zhao Hai inspected the spatial crack. He wanted to see how different this rift was compared to the space zone. After looking at it for some time, Zhao Hai couldn't see much of a difference. It was the same floating hole, like a hole in a transparent canvas. Behind this rift was nothingness. One couldn't see anything at all. Even light seems to get swallowed by it. Upon looking further, Zhao Hai noticed that the rift was surrounded by 10 vile demons. 1. Zhao Hai was no stranger to vile demons. He looked at the 10 of them and smiled. Vile demons' enemies, you can rest assured that I am not here to destroy your formation. However, when you demons arrive, be sure that I shall be there waiting. Zhao Hai's attitude shocked the vile demons. They were puzzled at Zhao Hai. They couldn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. There's no need to be anxious. Usually, I call people with a different race than me, friends or brothers. However, you demons wanted to invade my Ark continent, so I had no choice but to call you enemies. But I am indeed sincere in not attacking the Blood Void. I know that there's no way to stop the Blood Void, and I also don't want it to activate ahead of time. Therefore, I shall be leaving you here and I will just wait for you in the surface. The vile demons stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Then after some time, one of them said, no matter who you are worthy of our respect. We will defeat you in the battlefield. We'll make you aware of how strong the demon realm is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He already knew that although these demons were battle freaks, they were also people who respected brave warriors. To be clear, they respect brave warriors, not strong experts. Brave warriors and experts have their distinction. A brave warrior isn't necessarily a strong expert. When faced with an enemy much stronger than yourself but still are willing to fight, then you are a brave warrior. These kinds of people were very well respected by the demons. For this respect, the demons would defeat you in an upright manner. there would be no tricks involved. Barry was also quite surprised at Zhao Hai. She discovered that Zhao Hai actually understood the demon realm fully. This made her confused. She didn't understand how a human was able to know about the demon realm. This was too inconceivable. The humans haven't even entered the demon realm. At this time, the head demon turned to Barry and said, "Barry, why are you together with him? Do you want to betray the demon realm?" Barry looked at the vile demon and said, "I didn't betray the demon realm. I am just following the customs of my succubus clan. This person managed to break free from my mental attack. Therefore, according to the rule, I shall have to marry this person." When the vile demon heard Barry, he couldn't help but gawk. Of course, the vile demon was aware about which rule Barry was talking about. He just didn't think that Zhao Hai would survive Barry's attack. One must know that the succubi held the most powerful mental attacks in the demon realm. Additionally, Barry is a 9th rank succubus. Her mental power was very well known in the demon realm. The vile demon didn't think that she would actually lose to a human. The 10 demons looked at Zhao Hai with envy. Then their leader said, "Congratulations, brave human warrior. You actually managed to get yourself a succubus as a wife. Human, we shall not attack you as well. Our fight might possibly destroy the blood void. You can leave now. Our demon army shall fairly defeat you in Demon City." Zhao Hai looked at the 10 demons. He couldn't help but develop a slight appreciation towards them. However, it was a pity that they are his enemies. Zhao Hai was surprised when the vile demon said that the blood void might get destroyed if they decided to fight. It seemed like nobody wanted to activate the spatial rift ahead of time. Zhao Hai looked at the eyes of the vile demons, then he nodded and said, "All right, then I shall be waiting for you in Demon City. Farewell." Then Zhao Hai commanded the bone dragon to fly out of the demonic abyss. The 10 vile demons stayed true to their promise. They didn't attack Zhao Hai. Compared to when he entered, Zhao Hai's speed of advancement was quite faster. Zhao Hai had calculated that after entering the demonic abyss and undergoing battles inside, 2 days had already passed by. Zhao Hai reckoned that it would only take them half a day to come out. With this rate, Zhao Hai had already used up 4 days. In 3 days, the spatial rift would open and the demon race would arrive. Zhao Hai stood straight on top of the bone dragon as he muttered, 3 days, 3 days. Barry looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as she said, 3 days? Are you expecting the blood void to activate in 3 days? That's not right. From what I can remember, there is only 1 day left before the blood void activates. Zhao Hai stared. He quickly turned his head to Barry as words came flooding out of his mouth. 1 day? How could it be 1 day? Doesn't the blood void activate after 7 days? Barry nodded. Right, it takes 7 days. The countdown starts the moment the blood formation gets moistened by blood. From what I can remember, 5 days have already passed since then. After a bit more than a day, the blood void would activate. Zhao Hai couldn't help but from upon hearing Barry. He kept thinking about why Barry would say that only a day was left. Did he go wrong somewhere? Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought about where he slipped. He had missed the timing of the blood formation. He miscalculated how long the formation had been running before he arrived at Takra Mountain. The formation started the moment Zhao Hai began killing the beasts in the mountain, not when he discovered the formation. If Zhao Hai took that thought into account, then the blood void really only had 1 day left to activate. In a day's time, the demons would be coming out of the spatial rift. Zhao Hai regretfully tapped his own head. He didn't think that he would miscalculate this matter. This shouldn't be happening. It was his fault. He immediately had the bone dragon pick up its speed to return to Demon City as soon as possible. Upon reaching the city, Zhao Hai was met with the gazes of the adventurers and mercenaries. All of them looked at Taiwan and the others in envy. They didn't think that the Gan family would be able to establish a relationship with Zhao Hai in a short period of time. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to act low-key right now as he flew directly towards the general's residence. Upon reaching the front door, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to enter the room. The guard in front of the general's residence naturally didn't dare to block Zhao Hai. Nobody dared to stop him. After all, Zhao Hai had the highest status here in Demon City. The whole city depended on Zhao Hai to defend against the demons. Zhao Hai proceeded to head towards Bismur's room. At this moment, Bismar was looking at the map. When he heard footsteps and looked up, he didn't imagine to see Zhao Hai. So he quickly straightened himself up and said, "Mister, how did your expedition go?" The layout of Demon City had already been set up. "We're just waiting for Mister's undead to settle in." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, as long as the general has adjusted, then I can feel relief. However, I had made a miscalculation this time. The demons will be arriving much earlier than we thought. I'm afraid our current layout wouldn't be good. But since you have already settled in, you can stay put. There's no need to send word back to the mainland. I shall be taking care of it." Bismar stared, then his expression changed as he immediately asked, "Really, mister, what happened?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Now's not the time to explain. I shall be handing the city over to you. The outside matters would be taken care of by me. I'll be sending word to the major empires and races of the continent. As long as you prepare yourselves, then you are good." Bismar nodded. He understood that it really wasn't the time to be asking. He said, "All right, then Mr. can rest assured. The city has already prepared. All the logistics and commands have already been given." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then that's good. I'll be leaving first. I still need to inform the mainland." Then Zhao Hai hastily left the general's residence and returned to his own. After arriving inside the Gan family's residence, Zhao Hai released a group of undead and turned to Taiwan and said, "These are the undead that we have acquired in the demonic abyss. I also took the effort of strengthening them. You can take them under your command." "Right. How many undead can you currently control?" Zhao Hai didn't know how much undead a regular 9th rank can control. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask. Taiwan gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, answering the young master, "Although we had become 9th ranks, we still aren't accustomed to our new strength. So at this moment, each of us can only control about 10,000 undead. When we get fully adapted, then we can control 20,000 undead each." "1. It used to be Evil Demon, but I just made it as Demon, like the one back on Akra Mountain, but I decided to use Vile Demon just in case something crops up later." Lore was, Vile Demons are the rulers of the demon realm. Chapter 691, Preparation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Even if that's not a lot, it isn't little either." "All right, then we'll head outside the city and have you control these undead. After everyone subdues enough undead, I shall be heading to do other matters." Naturally, Taiwan and the others didn't oppose to this. After all, this was very good for them. They never thought that Zhao Hai would harm them anyway. At this point, they have become true followers of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to harm them, then he wouldn't have made them 9th ranks. Zhao Hai had their complete trust. Zhao Hai quickly led the group outside Demon City. Then he released large quantities of undead. Among these undead were the ones they obtained from the demonic abyss. There were both human-shaped and beast-shaped undead, but this didn't matter for dark mages. Naturally, although the undead have been subdued, Zhao Hai can still override the commands of the Gan family dark mages. As far as Zhao Hai knew, he was just commanding the undead to follow the Gan family's orders. Since Zhao Hai ordered them, the transition of control for the undead came very smoothly. Otherwise, Taiwan and the others wouldn't have done it. After all, the undead were 9th ranks as well. It didn't take long before the undead were controlled. Zhao Hai looked at Taiwan and said, "You are already quite familiar with the surroundings here, so I'll leave the deployment of the undead to you. We should be done preparing before the demons arrive tomorrow. I'll be returning to the city in order to handle other matters." Taiwan immediately replied, "Young master, let me go back with you. I am very familiar with Demon City. I can assist you with the minute things, saving you the trouble of doing them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You stay here. I'm just going back to your residence to take a rest. I'll come back here later. You don't need to worry about me." Taiwan didn't say anything more, he just nodded. After that, Zhao Hai returned to the city and then entered the Gan family's residence. Barry was still right by him. When Zhao Hai entered the Gan family's residence, he turned to Barry and said, "Barry, if you are really determined to be with me, then I will lead to see my wives now. I shall not be impartial in treating you. I just hope that you can live together with them harmoniously." "Can you do that?" Barry looked at Zhao Hai and said, You are the man that I chose. Naturally, I will listen to your words. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I shall show you my biggest secret. Then along with Barry, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he entered the space. Barry couldn't help but stare blankly at the scenery in the space. Although the demons had always thought about how beautiful the Ark Continent was, Barry still lived in the demon realm for all of her life. She had also seen Demon City. However, since the place was made in order to survey the demonic abyss, there wasn't much to see. On the other hand, the scenery inside the space was very beautiful, even in the Ark Continent's standards. For someone who lived in the demon realm since birth, it wasn't a wonder for Barry to be enthralled by the space's scenery. At this time, the door of the villa opened as Laura and the others walked out. The women had already learned about the succubus clan from Kair. To be honest, they were somewhat jealous. However, they weren't stingy. They didn't wish misfortune on this new arrival. Because of this, they had decided to treat Barry well. Actually, Laura and the others' reaction was something that Zhao Hai used to be surprised at. Zhao Hai had read a lot of novels back on Earth, and in all of those novels, women were always jealous whenever a new female arrives. However, it seems like Laura and the others didn't seem to look jealous. This made Zhao Hai unable to understand what they were thinking. Later on, Zhao Hai asked Laura why they weren't jealous, but he was just met with strange looks from Laura and the others. Then Zhao Hai got his answer. In the continent, even a man with little skill would have more than one wife. In fact, if they were to think about it, with Zhao Hai's status, his number of wives was actually very small. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this response. He had been stuck with his Earth mentality and was still unable to adapt to the Ark Continent. On Earth, everyone was unanimously leaning towards monogamy. On the other hand, in Ark Continent, it was simply normal for a man to have several wives. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised when he saw his wife's current response. He nodded to Laura and the others and then turned to Barry. Barry, these are my wives, Laura, Megan, Meg, Lizzie, and Nair. You must go along with them later on. You'll be living with them from now on too. They will also introduce to you everything that is here. Barry nodded, although she still had her cold expression. Zhao Hai can see that she had a look of dependence in her eyes. Zhao Hai understood that this was a natural reaction from Barry. She has been living alone in the demon realm all her life. In this new environment, she couldn't help but do her best to adapt. And now that she had Zhao Hai as her husband, it wasn't strange for her to depend on him. Zhao Hai smiled at Barry and said, "There's no need to be worried here. This is my space. As long as I don't give my permission, nobody would be able to come here. Rest assured, there will be no problems here." Barry nodded. Then Laura went towards her and said, "Barry, don't worry, Brother Hai is a good person. Later on, we'll be sisters living together. Come with me. I shall tell you everything there is in this mysterious space." Then she pulled Barry over towards the villa. Barry didn't react too much as she followed Laura towards the villa. However, when they reached the entrance, Barry couldn't help but stop. She looked at the villa and couldn't help but change her expression. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's this all about?" 1. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "What? Is there something wrong?" Barry pointed towards the 7-colored flower that covered the entirety of the villa, her finger trembling while doing so. When Zhao Hai saw her pointing towards the 7-colored flower, he understood what she meant. Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Oh, you mean Kair? You should be familiar with this plant, right?" Barry nodded and said, "I'm quite familiar with it. However, why is the holy flower growing here? This flower only grows in the demon realm. How can it appear in this place?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Kair, come out and see Barry. Introduce yourself." Then Zhao Hai felt wings lightly flapping right by his face as Kair appeared. "Young master, you always make me do a lot of things. I'm quite busy, you know, unlike you who are living a relaxed life every day." Zhao Hai smiled and then turned to Barry and said, "Barry, this is Kair, the flower sprite of the seven-colored flower. She is also the main body of the seven-colored flower that you have been seeing in the demon realm. Barry stared at Kair as Kair looked back. Then Kair smiled and said, "What?" Shocked, "Little succubus? In your demon realm, you should have spotted my flowers everywhere." Hee. "Small succubus, your kind had always underestimated my existence. I'll let you know that I am the longest living being in the demon realm, and also the most influential. All of the seven-colored flower that you had seen are all my branches." 2. Barry was blankly staring as she listened to Kair's words. After some time, she recovered and turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and then smiled. "It's true. The reason I know about the demon realm was because of Kair." "Alright, you'll find out about more things as you explore the space later on. Let's enter the living room for now, we still have some things to discuss." Then the group entered the villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Hai immediately cycled through his messenger fishes as he gave the various patriarchs and monarchs of the continent a message, informing them that the war would come earlier than they expected. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave the Buddha Emperor instructions to prepare his citizens to migrate. Also, Zhao Hai ordered Devon and Ruian to reinforce the border between the Buddha and Lion Empire while allowing passage for the Buddha Empire refugees as well as to take care of them properly. Of course, this wasn't an easy thing for an empire to do. But fortunately, Zhao Hai already made ample preparations. At this time, the Buddha Empire's migration towards the Lion Empire was already well organized. One shouldn't underestimate this mass migration. There were a lot of matters involved in such a movement, especially in terms of food and lodging for the refugees. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the space, supplying all of the much-needed grain. As for lodging, the Lion Empire doesn't lack it. This made the job twice as efficient with half of the effort. Although the Buddha Emperor wasn't willing to evacuate his entire empire, he also understood that the demons couldn't be easily dealt with. If he insisted for his people to stay, then the demons would only kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree to Zhao Hai's plan. At the same time, the dwarves and the elves had prepared themselves. Zhao Hai shifted all of the valuable dwarf materials over to the Black Wasteland. However, the dwarves weren't planning to fully evacuate out of their mountain. They wanted to use the mountain to ambush the demons. Naturally, those who stayed in the mountain were the dwarven warriors. The women and children were already sent to the Black Wasteland. There was no other way. After all, the dwarves were inside the Buddha Empire, which was quite close to the demonic abyss. The elves did the same. Those who had no fighting power were all sent to the Black Wasteland while the elven warriors stayed. They were prepared to use the forest in order to combat the demon race. Zhao Hai was quite assured when it came to these two races. Their fighting powers weren't weak, and additionally, they had terrain advantage, giving them huge benefits during the war. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. On the other hand, there were currently a lot of people in the Black Wasteland. It would take a long time for these people to be settled down. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the space. He can just easily transport beastmen tents for them to live in, allowing the construction of houses to slowly proceed. Chapter 692, Demon Dragon King. Zhao Hai was currently standing outside Demon City. Behind him was the city's walls and in front of him was an army of undead. The undead looked like statues as they stood, unmoving. Zhao Hai was currently on the back of the bone dragon along with Taiwan. The undead on the field were all controlled by the Gan family. Zhao Hai's undead were yet to be released. It has been a day since Zhao Hai communicated with the various patriarchs and monarchs of the continent. In the past day, Zhao Hai has been inside the space, continuously talking to his messenger fishes, coordinating with the everyone and deploying various materials. It was fortunate that Zhao Hai was able to make the monarchs and patriarchs listen to his instructions. These people also understood that if they didn't follow through, then they would get eliminated by the demons sooner or later. Therefore, they decided to fully cooperate in this huge operation. Also, this alliance needed a leader, and since Zhao Hai held special status in all of these groups, he became the de facto leader. Because of his space, Zhao Hai was able to move massive resources around, giving him the power to dictate when and where people needed to be. This made everyone consult Zhao Hai whenever an important decision needs to be made. At the same time, this also fulfilled the dwarves' prophecy, King of Kings. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these. To be honest, with regards to resources, he really didn't have too much of a problem about it. At this point, he had a lot of things in his hand. Adding that to the reserves of the empires, then Zhao Hai found himself unable to fathom the exact number. On the other hand, Laura and Kair were already crunching the numbers as well as allocating everything in behalf of Zhao Hai. At the same time, Megan and Lizzie were conserving their strengths for the upcoming fight with the demon race. On the contrary, Barry was not busy at all. She is currently working with Lizzie on how to command in battle while also familiarizing herself with the situation inside the space. The more Barry understood about Zhao Hai's space, the more she found it to be mysterious. She already has a few ideas in her mind, however, she didn't tell it to Zhao Hai at this time. Zhao Hai was currently waiting in Demon City for the Blood Void's activation. From what he heard while talking to Barry, the Void formation should be starting quite soon. At this moment, Zhao Hai wanted to see what it looks like when the formation starts. Taiwan and the others were also by Zhao Hai's side. Their expression of anxiety couldn't be hidden as they gazed towards the demonic abyss. They knew that the fight would start soon. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the city walls and looked at the soldiers. They were anxious as well. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Although the war with the demons happened tens of thousands of years ago, legends about the demons were still prevalent in human societies. It was told that demons were overbearing, lusted for blood, and powerful. All of these descriptions had slowly crept up on these soldiers' minds, making them very nervous. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything much but wait. Zhao Hai sighed before sitting on the bone dragon's head. Then he took out a small table, a bottle of wine, and a wine glass as he continued on with his thoughts. When the soldiers on the wall saw Zhao Hai's action, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expression loosened. In their minds, Zhao Hai had already become the main pillar of support. Zhao Hai's calmness had affected them as well, making the pressure in their minds slowly ease up. At this moment, a very fierce vibration suddenly came from the demonic abyss. This vibration shook the terrain, making Demon City's structures sway. Zhao Hai seems to have not noticed this as he drank the wine in his glass and muttered, "You've finally come. I had been waiting for half of the day." Just as Zhao Hai said this, a more violent shaking happened. It was as strong as an earthquake. Then black fog started to come out of the abyss as it slowly covered the skies above it. Zhao Hai looked at the black clouds as he smiled faintly and said, "Magnificent, good, very good." Then a fierce rumbling came out as a shockwave came out of the abyss, eradicating everything around it, may it be stone, soil, or plants, turning all of them into powder instantly. With an intention, Zhao Hai released countless amounts of undead. When the undead appeared, they immediately formed a large green shield in their bodies, protecting themselves as well as those behind them from the shockwave. Demon City as well as the base of operations outside became unaffected by the destructive wave. And just as Zhao Hai drank from his wine glass, mushroom clouds suddenly came out of the demonic abyss. Zhao Hai can only imagine one thing upon seeing these mushroom clouds. It was an image of a nuclear explosion. He didn't think that the blood void would cause explosions strong enough to cause mushroom clouds to appear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Is this an illusion? It must be. Aren't the demons afraid of blowing themselves up?" Although Taiwan and the others were right by Zhao Hai's side, they still didn't hear what Zhao Hai just said. They were too enthralled by the mushroom clouds in front of them. At this time, the demonic abyss suddenly changed. A small whirlpool started to appear in the middle of the mushroom clouds. Then this whirlpool continued to grow bigger and bigger as it started to revolve, absorbing all of the dark clouds before all of it vanished. When the dark fog completely disappeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but breathe in some cold air. A massive change just happened in the demonic abyss. The abyss had become wider and more spacious. At the bottom of the abyss was a huge crack that was suspended half a meter above the ground. At the same time, groups upon groups of demons slowly appeared from it, rows upon rows of demonic beings from the demon realm. After the changes in the demonic abyss, it has now become a wide flatland. The surrounding cliffs had completely vanished. With how large the flatland was, it was more proper to call it a plain. It was an incomparably huge plain, and in the middle of it was a huge spatial rift. At the scale of this plain, an army of tens of millions would fit to be stationed here. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the effects of the blood void would be this significant. One must know that Zhao Hai took 2 days to fly towards the rift. All of that distance has been affected by the blood void. This showed how powerful the formation was. However, the thing that surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that the demons didn't immediately attack upon coming out of the spatial rift. Instead, they started to build their base of operations on the flatland right beside the rift. From the looks of it, it seems like they aren't just building a camp, they were constructing a city. After seeing this development, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. If the demons just attacked them after coming out, then Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. But now that they are constructing a city, this meant that they wanted to establish a base, intending to fight with the humans for a long time. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he collected his drinking set, then he turned to Taiwan and said, "You wait here." When Taiwan heard this, they immediately jumped down from the bone dragon and stayed in midair. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as an innumerable amount of undead appeared. Zhao Hai gave a command, then the undead started to form into a cube before rushing towards the demon invaders. When the people on the walls saw what Zhao Hai did, they couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, the demons also saw Zhao Hai's action. They immediately split into teams as some of them flew up to meet Zhao Hai's approaching undead army. As the two forces came closer and closer, Zhao Hai discovered that the other party was composed of flying beasts as well as winged demons. All of them had grotesque looks, but one could see that they had extraordinary strength. The two forces stopped when they were about 100 meters away from each other. Zhao Hai directed the bone dragon as he slowly got out of the cube formation. At the same time, a small group also went forward from the other party. This group was composed of vile demons. All of them were protecting a carriage that was in the middle of their formation. What pulled this carriage wasn't actually a horse, but dragons instead. These dragons were similar to those back in Accra Mountain. However, their bodies were pitch black as their scales flashed with the same metallic luster. They also have eyes that were red, leaving those who looked at it with a very bad feeling. The two teams stopped when they were 10 meters away from each other. Zhao Hai inspected the carriage. The carriage was actually just the lower half of the structure. There was a throne with beast engravings right on top of the carriage. Sitting right on the throne was a vile demon. Although there wasn't much difference to how this vile demon looked, one could still feel that he was more majestic than the others, just like how alpha male lion looks like when it was just lying on the ground. The vile demon was similarly inspecting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was wearing his dark mage robe as he stood on the head of the bone dragon. In his hand was a blood-red magic staff. Although his appearance was quite ordinary, his aura was telling a completely different thing. Zhao Hai's imposing aura wasn't any less than the vile demon himself. The vile demon looked at Zhao Hai, then with his deep voice he said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the other party would actually know about him. He smiled faintly and said, "Right, I am Zhao Hai." I didn't think that His Majesty, the Demon Realm's Northwestern Monarch, the Dragon Demon King actually knew of my name. This Zhao Hai has been disrespectful. It was the turn of the Dragon Demon King to be surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My demon race has been collecting information regarding the continent for tens of thousands of years." Mr. Zhao Hai's quick rise to prominence naturally couldn't be ignored. "Me knowing Mr.'s name isn't surprising. This one is just curious, Mr. How come you are completely well informed of the things in my demon realm? I wonder if Mr. can sate my curiosity." Chapter 693, Fight. When Zhao Hai heard the Demon Dragon King, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Your Majesty, didn't your subordinates tell you? I just got the succubus berry as my wife." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but stare for a moment before he laughed and said, This king forgot, ha ha ha. To be honest, this king is quite envious of Mr. Zhao Hai's luck. It's not easy to subdue a succubus to become your wife. Mr. is truly lucky. Zhao Hai certainly would not tell the Demon Dragon King that it was Kair who told him all about the demon realm. To be honest, Zhao Hai was quite sympathetic towards these demons. If they only chose to come peacefully, then Zhao Hai will not stop them. However, instead of doing things peacefully, they chose to do war. Although Zhao Hai disliked wars, he certainly wasn't afraid of it. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose to lead an army to resist the demons rather than have Kair deal with them. If Zhao Hai were to make Kair deal with the demon race, he could just make her withdraw all of her branches there. In time, the demon realm would possibly enter an extremely severe food crisis. Zhao Hai didn't want to starve the entire demon realm, so he decided to just fight the demons in a straightforward way. At the same time, he was also unwilling to expose Kair's identity since it may have a bad influence on her branches. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon Dragon King and smiled. Your Majesty has a succubus as a wife as well. There's no reason for you to envy me, right? Your Majesty came as a vanguard. There should be no need to build a city, right? The Demon Dragon King looked deeply into Zhao Hai and said, Mr. might know a lot about the demon realm, but this time you are mistaken. We decided to build this city so that we can have our own base in the Ark continent. No matter how much you natives would like us to go away, you would have no other choice but recognize the existence of our demon race. Zhao Hai shook his head as he smiled faintly and said, we can actually recognize your presence. However, it seems like you don't like us being here. To be honest, the Ark continent is too small compared to the demon realm. All of you cannot just transfer over here. This made me wonder why you even wanted to wage war. When he heard Zhao Hai, the Demon Dragon King seemed to turn mad as he shouted, why we go to war? Why? It's because of lesser creatures being able to occupy such a beautiful land while we demons get to experience such a hellish landscape. This land should belong to the demon race. Anyone who dared to stop us will die. Zhao Hai looked at the expression of the Demon King and sighed. He knew that talking would only get this far. He looked calmly at the Demon Dragon King and said, then it's war. But before Zhao Hai gets to command his army, he gets interrupted by the Demon King who said, Mr. Wait. Do you really want to become an enemy to the demon race? Mr. is a dark mage. Your kind had always been suppressed in the Ark continent. At the same time, your belief in the god of darkness is no different to our faith for the demon god. How about Mr. joins our side, and together we shall conquer the entire continent. With Mr's strength, as long as you help us occupy the continent, then we would surely give you a very high rank. Zhao Hai stared at the Demon Dragon King. Then after a moment he suddenly laughed. I want to thank your Majesty's good intentions. However, this Zhao Hai already considers himself as a person of the Ark continent. Although there are friction between the powers in the continent, all of us share the same resistance against being slaves or being exterminated. Even if the demons or the divine race make out continent's rivers turn red, we would still continue to fight on until the very end. Zhao Hai expressed his thoughts, as well as the conviction of the entire continent. The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai. His expression turned ugly as he said, Mr's words truly enraged this king. Then from now on, the entire demon race and I shall be your mortal enemies. Then the Demon Dragon King waved his hand as the dragons that were pulling his carriage issued a loud roar. After that, the demons around the carriage charged towards Zhao Hai. It seems like they wanted to eliminate him here and now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. The bone dragon retreated back as the other undead pressed on forward, blocking every attack coming towards Zhao Hai. The Demon Dragon King slowly turned back as well. In fights like these, the superiors would naturally refrain from engaging in the initial clash. It just didn't conform to their status. Before long, the undead and the demons clashed. Their strengths were unexpectedly the same. When the Demon Dragon King saw this, he couldn't help but knit his eyebrows. Although they had collected a lot of information pertaining to Zhao Hai, It seems like they still underestimated him. The Demon King didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this difficult to deal with. There were also some races in the demon realm who were able to control the undead. This was because the demon realm was a very good environment for the evolution of undead. Therefore, this made the undead of the realm very strong, making them one of the main battle forces of the demon realm. Naturally, the undead couldn't be the true battle army of the demon realm. Although undead could be controlled by races, there was only one race that can command them with great complexity, and it was the demon realm's Lich race. The Lich race was very special in that they were extremely low in population. Moreover, they were quite mysterious. However, they were just the demon realm's version of the true Lich race. The true Lich race were legendary beings of the underworld. They were creatures that only existed in soul form and couldn't be harmed by physical attacks. All of them were innately talented in dark magic. In the past, there was a dark mage that was able to summon a true Lich. That Lich had wisdom that was no lesser than a human. At the same time, it was also not willing to be under the control of a human. This caused a backlash on its summoner. This was also the time where people came to know of their existence. On the other hand, the demon realm's Lich race was actually just a type of demon that possess half of a soul form. This meant that they were still susceptible to material attacks. However, their bodies still had a strange ability of going ethereal when an attack arrives, greatly minimizing the damage done to it. This ethereal form can only be achieved for a short time, and cannot be used continuously as well. Therefore, they were called the demon realm's Lich race. The fighting strength of a Lich is no worse than a vile demon. The only reason why they weren't rulers of the demon realm was because of their low population. It was estimated that the entire demon realm only had around 10,000 Lich. The entire demon realm was so big, and for the number of Lich to only be 10,000 was something that baffled a lot of people. However, since each one of them were very strong, nobody dared to annoy them. Even the vile demons would act polite towards these beings. The Lich were able to control a large amount of undead. As to how much, nobody really knew. What they only knew was that an extremely formidable Lich appeared a long time ago. That Lich was able to control an astonishing 1 million undead and controlled them in order to annoy the vile demons. It was precisely because of its actions that the vile demons decided to send troops in order to deal with the Lich. In order to kill this Lich, the vile demons sent an army of 3 million. In the end, of the 3 million, only 850,000 managed to survive. At the same time, the battle also made the vile demons lose 29 rank experts. This battle was a testament of how powerful the Lich were, and while the vile demons were surrounding this Lich, they were also able to witness the prowess of the Lich's undead. The undead were quite strong, majority of them had 7th to 8th rank strength. Additionally, these undead were unafraid to die in battle. This fearlessness was something that even the vile demons were unable to emulate. This event made the Lich race untouchables in the demon realm. In the beginning, the Demon Dragon King thought that the demon realm made the most powerful undead. After all, the constant battle in the realm was the best catalyst in creating formidable undead. However, the Demon Dragon King eventually found fault in this belief. Zhao Hai's undead were actually more formidable than the undead in the demon realm. They even managed to achieve 9th rank strength. One must know that the demons were beings that grew up in battle. This gave them formidable fighting power. Even if they were still 8th ranks, each demon can easily exhibit 9th rank strength. 8th ranks of the Ark continent were completely unable to contend with 9th rank demons. This time, since the Demon Dragon King acted as the vanguard of the demon realm, he was tasked with building the city in order to establish a foothold for the demon race. Because of this, not only was he given powerful vile demons to command, the other races of the demon realm also sent their elites for him to use. This made the vanguard army much more powerful than average demon armies. However, such an elite army actually fought to a draw with Zhao Hai's undead. It was no wonder that the Demon Dragon King was surprised. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the battle in front of him. He was using this battle in order to gauge the strength of the demon army. It was quite obvious that these demons weren't 9th ranks. but their strength was still very strong. They were actually able to fight evenly with the 9th rank undead. Although there was still a small gap between them, the mere fact that they lasted this long was already quite surprising. While the battle progressed on, Zhao Hai's mood had turned heavier and heavier. If this was the strength of their 8th ranks, then what can be said about their 9th ranks? It seems like the fight with the demon realm wouldn't go smoothly as what he thought. The two sides proceeded to strangle each other in the air. Zhao Hai's undead always fought head-on with the opposing demons, and these demons were no stranger to this kind of battle. They even managed to make a formation in the air while fighting with the undead. Chapter 694. This enemy is hard to deal with. The reason why Zhao Hai battled with the demon race right now was not to block them nor stop them from making their fortifications. Zhao Hai knew that this was impossible. He attacked this time in order to probe the demon race's fighting strength. In the end, it seems like the demons were very strong. This was bad news for the continent. The stronger the demons were, the harder it would be for the continent to fight back. Zhao Hai continued to watch the battle. Although the fight was quite intense, there weren't much losses in the demon race's side. These demons were very proficient in fights. They seemed to be complete veterans when it came to these. They rarely get injured. Even if they were unable to dodge an attack, they would still make movements to ensure that they would get minimum damage. Then after getting injured, they would immediately proceed to retreat from the front. It was evident that they were very used to these maneuvers. Not only was their bodies sturdy, their recovery was also quite quick. Therefore, it wasn't very easy to kill one of them. Zhao Hai could remember his previous fight with a group of vile demons. After receiving a mortal wound, they could even launch a counterattack. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If all of the demons in the demon realm had this property, then it would be really scary. The Demon Dragon King and Zhao Hai looked at each other from across the battlefield. Both of them knew that there wasn't much to be had in today's battle. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, he was still unable to kill demons at a faster rate. While the battle was going on, more and more demons were still coming out of the rift. Since continuing the battle would useless, Zhao Hai had planned for his retreat. Although the undead were called that way, it didn't mean that they have true immortal bodies. Once experts of the demon realm arrived, then it might be possible for Zhao Hai to suffer huge losses. Since he didn't want to go all out, Zhao Hai smiled towards the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King, I shall be retreating for today. I will wait for you in Demon City." Then Zhao Hai turned his bone dragon around and headed back to Demon City. When he left, the undead who were still fighting the demons suddenly vanished. This made the demons, who were planning to go all out fighting, stare. Even if they wanted to continue fighting, they already didn't have an enemy to fight with. When the demons saw Zhao Hai standing alone on top of his bone dragon, heading back to Demon City at a leisurely pace, all of them thought of one thing: it was to rush in and kill Zhao Hai. And as they were going to execute their action, the Demon Dragon King suddenly shouted, "Halt! All of you go back with me." All the demons turned to the Demon Dragon King and stopped what they were about to do. Although they didn't know why the Demon Dragon King stopped them, they knew that they couldn't violate his commands. After all, the army rules of the demons were extremely strict. At this time, a vile demon flew towards the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty, why didn't you make us chase? We still have a lot of people on our side. Moreover, more people would keep coming as time goes by. It is the best time to pursue. If we manage to kill this Zhao Hai, then we would gain huge merit towards the demon race." The Demon Dragon King looked at the vile demon. He was quite fond of this subordinate of his called Loyola. He was a very brave warrior and was also a good commander. His only negative was his hot temper. The Demon Dragon King looked at Loyola and replied, "Don't forget about what's important. We are here to build the city first. As long as we've built this city, then the demon race would be able to establish a footing in the Ark continent. This would give us much more leverage in attacking the continent. On the other hand, what could we accomplish in chasing after Zhao Hai? From our investigations, not only does Zhao Hai have formidable undead, he's also a 9th rank expert. Moreover, He is a rare human that trains in both battle chi and magic. With this in mind, are you really confident in dealing with him?" When Loyola heard the Demon Dragon King, he didn't make any other noise. He had personally fought in the front line, so he was aware of how strong Zhao Hai's undead were. Zhao Hai's undead vanished because he received them. They weren't defeated by the demons. If they pursue, then Zhao Hai can just use those undead to suppress them once more. It was truly impossible to deal with Zhao Hai in this way. The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai's back and said, "If this person isn't eliminated, then our demon race would surely have great big troubles. This matter should be reported to His Majesty." Then the Demon Dragon King took his carriage and went back to the demonic abyss. Although the Demon Dragon King was the monarch of the demon realms northwest, he wasn't the lord of the entire demon race. He was only a king in his own territory. In front of the great demon king, he can only be an official. This explains why the Demon Dragon King still had someone to call His Majesty. Zhao Hai returned to Demon City under the cheers of the defenders. These people hadn't heard Zhao Hai's exchange with the Demon Dragon King, but they still witnessed the fight that happened. Although Zhao Hai couldn't wipe out the opposing party, he was still able to completely match them. This made every person in the city very excited. After all, Zhao Hai was just one person, yet the demons were still unable to overwhelm him. This was truly something that can raise people's morale. In the past, these people only knew Zhao Hai's strength through word of mouth. They hadn't seen him make a move with their own eyes. This time, they had finally managed to see how powerful Zhao Hai really was. When he saw the people in the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then when he turned his head to look at the demon camp, his expression couldn't help but turn heavy. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to the guard closest to him and said, "The demons wouldn't be attacking for quite some time since they are still busy with their city. Stay here and monitor them. I'll be taking a rest." The guards complied with thunderous response. Then Zhao Hai flew up and went inside the bone dragon's mouth. Everyone in the continent were aware that Zhao Hai tended to go inside his undead and live there. Therefore, when the guards saw Zhao Hai enter the bone dragon, none of them were very surprised. Actually, Zhao Hai entering the bone dragon was just to conceal that he just went to the space. After arriving inside the space, Lizzie immediately came to welcome him as she said, "Brother Hai, this enemy is truly difficult to deal with. These demons are quite strong. Moreover, their formation was something they developed across many years. Finding a formation to counter them would not be easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They are truly difficult to deal with. They're quite suited for a battle. You must have seen it. Although we managed to injure a lot of demons, the number of their casualties aren't very large. We didn't manage to make them suffer enough losses. Also, their numbers would continue to swell up. This is quite troublesome." Lizzie nodded. Megan did the same as well. Then after some time, Megan said, "Big Brother Hai, the Buddha Empire's evacuation would still need some time. Do we need to stop them here for long?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. The only action we can make is do our best here. I already reached an agreement with the fishmen. They will be entering the Buddha Empire's waterways. First is to help the refugees in their retreat, and the second would be to block the demons if it becomes necessary. But even if we use the rivers to block the demons, we still cannot stop their further advance. It seems like we can only rely on the Dwarf Mountain and the Elven Forest to block their advance." At this point, Lizzie frowned and said, "Is this fine? The demons are very strong. Can the dwarves and elves really block them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, they can certainly block them. Don't forget, the two of them have their own divine artifacts. More importantly, I'm quite sure that the Radiant Church had started to get anxious. They should be starting their move anytime now." Lizzie agreed with this point. Although Zhao Hai couldn't see what the Radiant Church was doing, one could still see that they had been anxious just by the state of their empire. Zhao Hai looked at the demon camp on the monitor and sighed. "The demons have changed their methods this time. I can remember that in the records of the dwarves, the demons immediately attacked upon entering the Ark continent. In the end, the demons went too far and was beaten back by the various races. But this time, It seems like the demons have gotten smart. They actually decided to build a city first. As long as this city gets built, then they would gain a stable footing in the continent, allowing them a safe place to retreat. This isn't good for us. Megan frowned. Then she said, wouldn't it be better for us if we destroy the city? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't be easy. The demons are settled on having this city. I'm afraid that with my current strength, we still couldn't afford to destroy it. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you sure? We have about 20 million undead in our hands. Couldn't they just overwhelm the city? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, don't forget, in addition to their strength, the demons also have a self-destructing technique. If we push them too far, then they might decide to sacrifice themselves, taking several undead along with them. If we trade like that, we could easily deplete our number of undead. And what do we do when our undead gets depleted? I don't want to use the continent to fill those numbers. Megan nodded. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although Zhao Hai had 20 million undead, this was their main battle force in resisting both the demon race and the divine race. Topping up those numbers with people from the continent wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Lizzie nodded and said, it's best if we don't destroy the city. This would give us even more time to prepare. At the same time, if the divine race really did come, then the demons would be able to cause more trouble to the divine race. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to look at the two and said, how about Laura and Barry? Are they busy? Lizzie nodded and said, elder sister Laura is busying herself with the allocation of materials. Although she had Kair for help, the tasks that needed to be done is just too many. On the other hand, Barry was still enjoying the scenery in the space. She kept staring at the unchanging grassland. I really don't know why she liked that scene. Zhao Hai sighed and said, the scene might be dull to us, but for Barry, it was the most wonderful thing that she had seen in her entire life. Kair had already told us about the situation in the divine realm. Kair's leaves weren't delicious, yet her leaves are still the most staple food of the demon realm. From just this point, we can imagine what kinds of days she had while in the demon realm. I'm sure she wouldn't get tired of the scenery for a long time. Lizzie sighed. Then Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, Sister Ruian has been going all out these past few days. It seems like her body is getting weaker and weaker every day. Go and see her. Otherwise, her body might really break down. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he nodded as his figure vanished and appeared inside the Lion Empire's royal palace. Ruian was currently inside, processing documents. Although Zhao Hai already left, the great nobles still didn't dare to neglect Ruian's presence. As long as something important cropped up, they would immediately have Ruian look through it. Although this allowed Ruian to have a grasp of the empire, this made her very tired as well. Zhao Hai looked at Ruian. She was even thinner than when he last saw her. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but ache when he saw this. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Ruian in a new light. Everyone was young at one point of their life, and everyone makes mistakes as well. For Zhao Hai, Ruian's hard work can already be considered to be the price that she paid for her past mistakes. Zhao Hai doesn't want to see Ruian torture herself anymore. Zhao Hai also thought that he had been unfair to Ruian. Among his women, the only one who didn't know about the space was her. This made Zhao Hai feel sorry, so he decided to tell Ruian about the space. When Ruian heard Zhao Hai sigh, she looked up. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Ruian couldn't help but let out a breath as she smiled and quickly said, You're here. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Ruian and said, I just fought with the demons. Neither of us lost or won. It seems like we can only use Acre Mountain as a defensive terrain to block the demons. Ruian couldn't help but stare when she heard Zhao Hai. Then she immediately took a step towards Zhao Hai and said, How are you? Are you injured? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. On the other hand, you look like you couldn't survive for another day. You already did a good job. Don't busy yourself too much. I'll take you to a place where you can take a well-deserved rest. Then he went and held Ruian's hand. Ruian was overjoyed when she felt Zhao Hai's warm hand. Zhao Hai looked at Ruian and smiled at her as their figures flashed and entered the space. Chapter 695, Billy's idea. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't tell Ruyan and Evan about the space. What they knew was that Zhao Hai was someone with a space-divergent ability. When their figures appeared inside the space, Ruyan's mind couldn't help but turn blank. They were currently in front of the space's villa, and Ruyan saw Lizzie and Megan. When she saw them, Ruyan couldn't help but pull her hand away from Zhao Hai. She was still ashamed in front of Lizzie and Megan. One was because of her status, and two, because of her past. When Lizzie and Megan saw Ruyan's action, they smiled but didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned his head to Ruyan and said, "All right, Ruyan, you can take a rest here. Lizzie and Megan will tell you everything there is to know about this place. I still need to head out." Ruyan gave a nod before Lizzie and Megan pulled her over and telling her everything about the space. Then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared as he went out of the space. This time, he wasn't heading towards Demon City, but instead towards Dwarf Mountain. The Dwarf Mountain is inside the Buddha Empire. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that once the Buddha Empire's army withdrew, the closest army to face the demons would be the dwarves. When Zhao Hai arrived inside Dwarf Mountain, he was quick to notice that the atmosphere here was very different compared to the past. There used to be the sounds of dwarves hammering here. There were also dwarven women, making armor and other things. But now, the place appeared very empty. There weren't any dwarf children or women present. The only ones left were dwarves soldiers. When Zhao Hai appeared, he was immediately escorted by two soldiers towards Billy's office. When Billy saw Zhao Hai, he immediately asked the latter to take a seat. After sitting down, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you come? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded. "The demons have arrived and I had a minor scuffle with them. Neither of us won or lost." Billy nodded with a heavy expression. He knew how strong Zhao Hai's undead were, and to think that Zhao Hai was unable to win, it seems like these demons wouldn't be easy to deal with. Zhao Hai turned his head to Billy and said, "Patriarch, how are your preparations doing?" Billy gave a nod and said, "Preparations are doing well. Moreover, with the magic beasts that you gave us, our communication with the elves has gone much smoother." Zhao Hai nodded. After taking the dwarf women and children to the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai released large quantities of water element beasts in order to aid the dwarves. With these magic beasts, the dwarves would have it easier to communicate with the elves. At the same time, this also made it easier for the dwarves to traverse the underground rivers of the mountain. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The people from the Buddha Empire are still moving. It will take at least 2 months before all of them left. I'm afraid that relying on Demon City for defense wouldn't be enough. We should try and find another solution." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think that Demon City wouldn't be enough to slow the demons down. Therefore, I plan to lay some ambushes on every city in the Buddha Empire." Billy nodded and said, "That isn't wrong, but there are some issues. If you want to really ambush the demons in the Buddha Empire, then relying only on the Buddha Empire's army would be a good idea. The Buddha Empire is famous for their iron. This made their heavy armored cavalry very effective in battling in the plains. How about getting the beastmen to help the Buddha Empire in defending? And while the beastmen and Buddha Empire cavalry are attacking the demons in the field, we can also have some Bloodhawk cavalry and some Hawk beastmen attack from the skies. Adding your undead to all of these would be a very good way to tussle with the demons going through the Buddha Empire. Moreover, this would also increase the depth of strategy in the battlefield. What do you think?" Zhao Hai was shocked. He hasn't thought about this point. Now that Billy reminded him, he can remember that he can now use the entire continent as manpower in this war. So why wouldn't he unite the various forces, making sure that everyone shows their best performance? After thinking about it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get pumped up. He was currently thinking about the feasibility of this plan. While the Beastmen cavalry are indeed strong, the elves are also formidable archers, who also have their own aerial cavalry. If this aerial cavalry were to ride the Bloodhawks, then their speed should be no slower than the flying demons. The Elven Air Force could surely disrupt the demons in the skies while the Buddha and Beastmen cavalries clashed with the ground troops. At the same time, The dwarves could also assist in defending Demon City, digging tunnels here and there, making offensive and defensive maneuvers many times more effective. Nobody could blame Zhao Hai for not thinking about this before. One should know that Zhao Hai had not commanded such a huge battle before. Even though the forces in the continent were listening to Zhao Hai, all of them were also preparing themselves to defend the demons. During the war, Zhao Hai would just issue his ideas and the others would just make the move. That is to say, Zhao Hai just told them the heading, and they just decide how to do it by themselves. One could say that Zhao Hai's capability can only be ranked as an officer, not an alliance leader of such a big alliance. He just didn't have the talent to do that. Billy's idea completely woke Zhao Hai up. If they do as what Billy said, then they won't only have the Acre Mountain as an option, new paths and strategies would be opened up. Seeing that Zhao Hai was staying quiet, Billy didn't speak. He knew that Zhao Hai was lacking in this aspect. However, he wasn't worried about it since Zhao Hai was still quite young. Moreover, he already has the strength. Given enough time, Zhao Hai would mature bit by bit, eventually being able to contend properly with the demon race. After some time, Zhao Hai gained some ground as he looked at Billy and said, "Alright, Patriarch, I know what we should do. However, I would need to ask the dwarves to dispatch some troops to send towards Demon City. No matter what, we cannot lose that place to the demons very easily. If we lose it this early, then the demons would gain more foothold in the continent." Billy nodded. "That's not a problem. Rest assured, we shall have the troops prepared in a short time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Alright, then I'd like you to dispatch about 50,000 troops for Demon City. I'll be heading to the Buddha Empire now and discuss things with the Buddha Emperor. I want to stop him from sending troops to Demon City. Instead, I'll have the Beastmen and Elves send some troops there instead. Those troops would be a huge help in defending Demon City and delaying the advance of the demons. At the same time, we'll have some troops propagate along strategic positions in the Buddha Empire. As for the smaller cities, we can just leave them." Billy nodded. The Buddha Empire's situation is truly special. As long as we hold those strategic positions, then we would be fine. Small cities aren't just worth defending. Instead, we can just have Buddha and Beastmen cavalries wander around selected areas. Zhao Hai nodded. "Alright. Then please prepare your army. I'll go see the Buddha Emperor now, then the Beast King and the Elf Queen. This time, I need to discuss things with them personally." Billy nodded. Then he stood up to prepare his army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's figure vanished as he appeared in the Buddha Empire's capital. Iron Knight City was actually more bustling compared to before. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't due to business. These ships were currently transporting people. One could say that the Buddha Empire's capital had become a beast that had been struck by a sword, bleeding out, but instead of losing blood, it was losing its citizens. In the end, this city would be left empty. Zhao Hai appeared right outside the imperial palace of the Buddha Empire. The palace has now strengthened its vigilance. It was basically under martial law. There were teams of cavalry constantly patrolling the place. When he got out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately summoned his bone dragon and then rode it towards the Buddha Empire's imperial palace. At this point, everyone in the continent was aware that the bone dragon symbolized Zhao Hai. Even if they didn't know Zhao Hai's face, they would still know it was him due to the bone dragon. Zhao Hai's status in the continent was now very high. He can come and go out of an imperial capital at will. Moreover, his words were already considered as imperial decrees by the various powers in the continent. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance in the Buddha Empire's capital caused a commotion in the city. Both warriors and mages looked at him in reverence while nobles looked at him with worry. They were afraid that Zhao Hai was carrying unfavorable news. The Buddha Emperor was currently inside the Great Hall, handling several domestic matters. When transferring citizens, it was imperative that nothing went wrong. And this was a very hard thing to do. The Buddha Emperor hasn't slept for several days. His appearance had become much thinner compared to before. When Zhao Hai's bone dragon landed on the imperial palace, court eunuchs immediately informed the Buddha Emperor. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai came, he was startled. just as the other nobles in the Great Hall. They were all afraid that Zhao Hai had brought bad news. What the Buddha Empire needed right now was time in order to evacuate its citizens. If Zhao Hai brought bad news, then things would become even more difficult. When he arrived at the Great Hall, Zhao Hai was immediately personally greeted by the Buddha Emperor. Upon seeing the Buddha Emperor come out, Zhao Hai immediately gave him a bow as he said, "I have seen your majesty." Then the Buddha Emperor didn't hesitate to pull Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Is Mr. doing well? Why did you come visit? Did an accident happen in the front lines?" "Mr. can rest assured, in 2 days, the Empire would have about 1 million elite cavalry reinforcing Demon City." Chapter 696, Deploying Troops. When Zhao Hai saw the Emperor's expression, he immediately knew what the other was thinking. He smiled at the Emperor and said, "There's no need for your majesty to be worried, everything is going fine. Let's head inside first." Upon hearing that there wasn't anything wrong with the front line, the Emperor nodded. Then they returned back into the Great Hall. There were also plenty of ministers present inside. All of them were anxiously looking at Zhao Hai. After giving a salute to the ministers, Zhao Hai said, "The demons have appeared in the demonic abyss." However, they didn't attack Demon City immediately. Instead, they actually went and started to build a city. Building a city? What Zhao Hai said made the other people gawk. But then, they immediately understood the actions of the demons. Each and every one of their complexions couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai looked at those present and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. I had a small contact with the demons yesterday. None of us lost nor won. This means that I can stop the demons there for quite some time. And since the demons are busy with their city, we still have some time before they begin to launch attacks towards the continent." The crowd relaxed. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the Buddha Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I want to ask you to refrain from sending too many troops to Demon City." The Buddha Emperor stared, then he knit his eyebrows and said, "Mister's meaning is?" Then Zhao Hai replied, "Although Demon City is in a strategic place, its terrains isn't suited for large-scale battles. Moreover, the Buddha Empire's elite cavalry isn't really suitable to defend a city. Instead, they excelled in wide plain battles. Because of this, I came here to ask your majesty to not send too many Iron Knights to Demon City. Instead, we should divide them to various strategic points in the Buddha Empire. I shall also be asking the dwarves, elves, and beastmen to help with the fight. We'll be making the entire Buddha Empire into a giant battlefield, and establishing our own advantages here will be good against the demon attack." The Buddha Emperor quietly closed his eyes. He wasn't someone who didn't understand military affairs. On the contrary, he actually started in the military, so he was very familiar with strategic decisions. The demons had come suddenly and he wasn't able to think much about them at all. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but think about the matters of the war. The Buddha Emperor wasn't dumb. He knew that it was impossible for the Buddha Empire alone to block the demon advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to Zhao Hai's request to have the civilians be evacuated. Because of this, the Buddha Emperor was in staunch agreement with regards to turning his entire empire into a huge battlefield. His heart didn't feel pain for those cities. He knew that all of these needed to be done. As long as the citizens are alive, then the empire is still standing. At the same time, he was also considering the feasibility of Zhao Hai's plan. The Buddha Empire's Iron Knight cavalry was very well known. Additionally, when they mounted the beasts that Zhao Hai brought, the Buddha Empire's cavalry, along with the beastmen, can definitely take advantage of the Buddha Empire's planes in order to resist the demon advance. On the other hand, having dwarf infantry was also very good in defending Demon City. After all, the dwarves were formidable melee fighters. One shouldn't underestimate them just because they are short. The hammers in their backs can easily deal heavy strikes with each swing. Although there weren't much news with regards to the elves in recent years, it was also known that the magic and archery of the elves were top-notch. Having a mixed army like this would actually help in dealing with the demon race. After thinking about it, the Buddha Emperor opened his eyes slowly and said, "All right, then we'll move according to Mister's plan. I shall immediately send orders, sending one army troop to defend Demon City. In any case, they are already itching for a fight. My Buddha Empire's soldiers aren't afraid to die. All of them wanted to make the demons pay for the price of invading the Ark continent. Zhao Hai nodded. Then I'll leave you here to prepare. I'll be meeting the Beastmen and the elves next. We cannot delay in deploying troops. The Buddha Emperor stood up and gave Zhao Hai a big salute. I represent the entire Buddha Empire in expressing our gratitude to Mr. If not for your effort in going back and forth between nations, then the Buddha Empire might have already been buried in history. Zhao Hai was then quick to reply, Your Majesty is too polite. I'm just considering the fate of the entire continent. Your Majesty can rest assured, I've already arranged for your people's stay inside the Lion Empire. At the same time, the Ixa Empire has been short of people. For those who are willing to help with the manpower, I shall have them sent there by boat. The Buddha Emperor looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. He knew that without Zhao Hai, it would be impossible for the Buddha Empire to survive. They might already been conquered by the demons by now. Moreover, the eastern parts of the Buddha Empire might have also fallen to the dragon-ruled Lion Empire. Zhao Hai gave the Buddha Emperor a slight bow as he turned around to leave the imperial palace. When Zhao Hai left, the Buddha Emperor immediately sent some orders. Pass this order. Have the armies near the Rising Sun City, Lower Bank City, South Plain City, Water Wheel City, Broad Flat City congregate. Have them form a defensive line along the river. The West Bank cities would need to do the same as well. Mr. told me that he would have marine friends assist us, so we should fortify the river locations. Run along the other branches of Iron Warhorse City and have armies stationed there as well. Control the logistics and have all those points interconnected with each other. Let's make the demons regret going through the Buddha Empire. We'll make them bleed out with every step they make. With the capital as the center, we will have 6 strategic lines going outwards. The Buddha Empire will be the greatest fortress the continent has ever seen. The officials in the Great Hall issued a huge shout. The Buddha Emperor looked at them and said, Mr. Zhao Hai has been going all out in the front lines. He is doing this not only for us, but also for the entire continent. We, the Buddha Empire, are not afraid of war. Since Mr. Zhao Hai is willing to give his all to the continent, then the Buddha Empire shall help him by becoming an advantageous battlefield for the Alliance. This is our home. There's nobody more familiar with the place than us. We shall make the demons understand that it was a mistake stepping in the lands of the Buddha Empire. Overwhelmed with his emotions, the Buddha Empire even slammed the table right in front of him. The ministers in the Great Hall simultaneously shouted, Long live the Buddha Empire! Long live His Majesty! The Buddha Emperor looked at the officials and said, The entire Ark continent has entered a special period. Various brothers from the other races will be helping us. I want all of you to remember that from now on, all these races will be the friends of the human race. Spread my command. Have all our brothers from a different race be treated with utmost hospitality. Anyone disobeying this rule will be punished heavily. The ministers acknowledged the order. Then the Buddha Emperor nodded and said, Go and make your preparations. Tabulate the needed materials and then report back to me. We'll be asking Mr. for help in this regard. Now go. After giving a bow, the ministers proceeded to leave the Great Hall. When everyone left, the Buddha Emperor slowly sat down on his throne. His eyes were shining brightly as he laughed by himself. Ha ha ha, be quick, demons. Let me see who is more formidable. You are my Iron Knights. Ha ha ha. After all that happened in the Buddha Empire, the fear and anxiety that the Buddha Emperor felt had been swept away. Instead, it actually provoked his arrogance. He suddenly reverted back to his attitude back when he was just an ordinary soldier. During the times where he was still hot-blooded and was charging his enemies in the front lines. Ever since he had become the emperor, this mindset had slowly withdrew. But now, it seems like it was reignited due to the upcoming war. Zhao Hai wasn't aware about this. He was currently inside the Elven Forest. When the elves spotted Zhao Hai, they immediately sent a report to the queen, who invited Zhao Hai directly to the royal palace. Upon arriving at the palace hall, Zhao Hai met the newly appointed Great Elder. He immediately gave a bow to the Queen and the Elder before saying, "I have seen your Majesty and the Great Elder." The Queen quickly replied, "Mr. doesn't need to conform to ceremony. May I know why Mr. made a visit this time?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have an important matter to tell you, Your Majesty." "The matter is like this." Then Zhao Hai told the Queen the matter that he had discussed with Billy. "Your Majesty, I'd like it if you are to send troops to help defend Demon City. I have discussed this matter with the Buddha Emperor as well. What do you think?" The Queen frowned. To be honest, she didn't want the elves to mingle with the others. However, she was also aware of how effective Zhao Hai's plan would be. Therefore, she gave a nod and said, "All right, then I shall send 5,000 archers to be dispatched to Demon City." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then Your Majesty has my gratitude. I won't be staying here for long. I still need to go to the Beastmen. However, Your Majesty can rest assured, nobody would dare touch the elves if they appear in the continent. Otherwise, I shall be the first one to punish them. And also, when I leave, I shall be leaving 5,000 Bloodhawks to be the mounts of the elves. The Bloodhawks are more suitable mounts for combat compared to the voiceless Soundbirds. When Your Majesty has prepared your army, you can have them ride the Bloodhawk towards Demon City." The Queen nodded and said, "All right, then we shall be following Mr.'s arrangement." Zhao Hai gave the Queen a bow before he turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai left, the Great Elder looked at the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, should we really dispatch troops this early?" "To be honest, with our current strength, we can sufficiently hold the demons back inside the forest. On the other hand, why do we need to work together with the humans?" Chapter 697, Bustling About. The Queen shook her head and said, "Things aren't as easy as that. Although the Elven Forest is indeed our domain, but our population isn't really that many. On the other hand, it is for certain that the demons will come in huge numbers. Even if we can slow them down, we would also become grinded down by numbers. There is no problem with us working with the humans. Also, if we stay here, and the humans aren't able to stop the demons, do you think that we can stop them?" "That's impossible." The Great Elder nodded. She knew that the Queen was right. Compared to the humans, their population was indeed too small. The elves and the demons have the same long life, but the elves have the problem of procreation. This made their numbers quite small. If they were to have a battle of attrition with the demons, then they would definitely lose. The Queen turned to the Great Elder and said, "Moreover, Mr. Zhao Hai already gave us his guarantee. There shouldn't be any problems if we dispatch our troops. This is also a huge opportunity for all the races in the continent. If the Ark continent can work together to resist the demons and the divine race, as well as defending the Ark continent, then the races would have an unprecedented unity for a very long time. Because of this, we cannot just hole up inside the Elven Forest." The Great Elder nodded. The elves weren't people who didn't have any problem. Although they had been living good lives inside the forest, the Great Elder knew that there were still things that they lacked. Before they got in contact with the dwarves, they were in fact living worse lives. Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about any of these right now. He was going to see the Beast King. The Beast King had also been preparing for the past few days. At this time, the entire Beastman Prairie was already aware about the demon race. But since they were too far from the front lines, the only thing they can provide would be living materials as well as preparing some area for the eventual human refugees. Aside from that, there wasn't anything that they can do. The Beast King wasn't very busy when Zhao Hai arrived. Therefore, he immediately invited Zhao Hai over to this study. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it? How is the front line?" Zhao Hai smiled at the Beast King and said, "The front line is doing fine. This time, I came here in order to ask for some troops from the Beastmen." The Beast King stared for a moment, then he said, "Really? That's great. The warring clans have been itching for a fight. But unfortunately, we are just too far away from the Buddha Empire. So when will I send the troops?" When he saw the Beast King's excitement, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "There's no need to go quickly. I only came here to ask you for troops." At this time, It would be great if you can prepare some people to help defend Demon City." And then Zhao Hai continued on to tell the Beast King about the plans regarding the Buddha Empire. After listening to Zhao Hai, the Beast King repeatedly nodded and said, "All right. That's great. I'll arrange for the troops right away." "You said you needed an army to defend Demon City?" "I already have a race in mind. They're quite fond of humans and are quite gentle. However, they are extremely strong, and are one of the few infantry-focused races in the prairie. Although they have mounts as well, their speed really aren't that good. Defending cities shouldn't be a problem for them." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Then I'll be returning to Demon City. When your army have gathered, go send me word and I'll take them with me to Buddha Empire and Demon City." The Beast King nodded and said, "All right, then just wait for information." The Beastman had always wanted to try the strengths of those demons. "Thank you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then I'll be leaving. There are still things that are needed to be processed in the front line." The Beast King nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to the space. However, he didn't immediately go back to Demon City. Instead, he went to the Ixu Empire in order to see Boris. Although the army of the Ixu Empire has been restored, their veteran fighters were eliminated during the war with the Beastmen. This placed the Ixu Empire's strength at the bottom of all the empires. However, the Ixu Empire was still very cooperative now that the demons were invading. They were providing goods to the others and was even willing to take in Buddha Empire refugees. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt the need to see Boris and discuss the new plan with him. Boris and Zhao Hai were mortal enemies in the past, but now, the sentiment was different. They were now allies. Moreover, the two haven't met in person in the past, so there wasn't any awkwardness between the two of them. Boris welcomed Zhao Hai to his study, then after his people served them some tea, Boris looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did Mr. come because an accident happened in the front line?" Zhao Hai was a bit startled, however, he managed to smile and said, "There's no need to worry, the front line is doing just fine. This time, I came to discuss a different matter." Then he told Boris about what happened to the front line. Then Zhao Hai looked at Boris and said, "Your Majesty, I know about the current state of the Ixu Empire. Therefore, I won't be asking you to dispatch some troops. However, as the war in the front line goes on, I may need to ask for assistance, so please prepare your troops just in case. If you need anything, then don't hesitate to send word." Boris nodded. "All right. You can rest assured that the Ixu Empire will give full cooperation. My Ixu Empire might have made the wrong decision in the past, however, we won't be repeating our mistakes this time." Zhao Hai gave a nod, then he said, "All right, then my matters here has been settled. I'll be heading to the Rosen Empire next to discuss matters with the Rosen Emperor." Boris stood up and then bowed towards Zhao Hai. "Boris must thank Mr. Zhao Hai. You and I are enemies. Yet you decided to ignore that fact and help us. This makes me feel very guilty. Mr. Can rest assured, the Ixu Empire shall give its all in supporting this war." Zhao Hai returned Boris' bow and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. Yours and my enmity is no more than a dispute between humans. This time, we must unite in order to repel the invaders." In the end, the Ixu Empire has already sided with the Arc-Continent Alliance. "I hope that your Majesty takes care of the rear while also providing help to the front line." Boris replied, "Mr. Can rest assured, I know how to do this." Zhao Hai nodded and then bowed to Boris once more before turning around to head towards Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai wanted to transfer some Rosen and Lion Empire troops to the Buddha Empire. The Buddha Empire was known for their Iron Knights, the Rosen Empire for their Iron Infantry, while the Lion Empire for their Magic Beast Cavalry. The Rosen Empire troops are very skilled in defending cities. On the other hand, the Lion Cavalry was quite skilled in the plains. These two qualities were very needed by the Buddha Empire right now. Zhao Hai didn't return to the Rosen Empire for quite some time. Although he was now the Emperor of the Lion Empire, Zhao Hai didn't really want to be one right now. So in seeing the Rosen Emperor, he still conducted himself as a son-in-law. This gave the Emperor a good impression of him. When Zhao Hai arrived to the Imperial Palace, The Emperor was already holding a conference. Naturally, this was a discussion about the demon race. While they discussed, a court eunuch suddenly arrived and reported Zhao Hai's arrival. The Emperor and Randolph were startled. They were thinking that something must have happened in the front line. The Emperor immediately said, "Invite him in, quickly." After Zhao Hao entered the room, he immediately gave salute to the Emperor and Randolph. The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's the matter, little Hai? Did an accident happen in Demon City? With your strength, it should be impossible for the demons to break through this quickly." "So what happened?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Father-in-law, there aren't any problems with the front line. As long as we have hold over Acre Mountain, there won't be any major problems in our defense. I have just visited the various powers, and even Boris, to discuss something. This time, I came to see father-in-law to discuss the same thing. I'd like for the Rosen Empire to send troops over to the Buddha Empire in order to aid with the defense." The Emperor nodded and said, "This isn't an issue. I've also thought about establishing an advanced defensive line. We can't just be overly passive." At the same time, the Buddha Empire is known for its Iron Knights. They can only express their full might in the plains. On the other hand, the Rosen Empire troops are very skilled in siege warfare. "We're already prepared here. Just tell us how much troops you need and we'll provide it to you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Then I'll make sure to send a number as soon as possible. I really can't stay here for long. I still have a lot of matters to deal with." The Emperor nodded. "You are my son-in-law, so I will definitely support you. You go busy yourself now. There's no need to worry about our side. Focus on teaching those bastard demons a lesson they won't ever forget." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Father-in-law can rest assured. We'll be doing just that." The Emperor gave a satisfied nod and said, "Right, how are Lizzie and Megan? You've been everywhere lately. How are they doing?" "Since they can't provide help, then they might as well come home lest they provide you with unnecessary trouble." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Father-in-law, that's not a good idea. They really aren't giving me any trouble. Instead, they are actually very helpful." At this point, the formations for my undead have already been handed to the two of them. Their talent in commanding is very good. The Emperor and Randolph couldn't help but stare. The Emperor looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as he said, "You have Megan and Lizzie take charge of your undead? Am I hearing it right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I won't dare to deceive you. I'm telling the truth. Megan and Lizzie have already been commanding my undead for quite some time, especially back in the Fishman territory. They were a great help in defeating the Sea Dragons. In the war with the demons, I'm also thinking of having the two of them command my undead. If they are to go home, then that would be a huge problem for me." The Emperor laughed and said, "All right, that's good. I didn't think that those two girls had such a skill. All right. Then we'll have them continue to accompany you. However, you must ensure that they are safe at all times." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Father-in-law can feel relieved. I will certainly keep them safe." Chapter 698, Crucial Refining. Zhao Hai was currently looking at Bubble, who was floating in front of him. Although Zhao Hai can't see any expression on him, he was sure that Bubble was having a smug expression. However, Zhao Hai was too glad to mess around with Bubble. This was because the little blob was now able to do refining. Moreover, the experiments done on the Spaces plants yielded great results. Bubble was now ready to refine the lotus. Zhao Hai was wondering what surprises the lotus would bring once it has been refined. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble, then he snorted and said, "What are you being so smug about? Go and start working on the lotus. Refine everything in the pool as well. If anything goes wrong, then I will definitely clean you up." Bubble wasn't very afraid of Zhao Hai. He was smart. He knew that although Zhao Hai was being hostile, Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to him. Zhao Hai just cared too much about the lotus, so if anything goes wrong, then Zhao Hai would be very disappointed. Although Bubble was quite a headache, in fact, he had already considered Zhao Hai as his master. He knew when things were crucial and when he could mess around. So upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bubble immediately turned around and went to the pool where the lotus was placed. Then after a moment, the lotus pool suddenly disappeared. Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised about it. He knew that Bubble had his own space inside his body where he can store things. Bubble just needed the lotus to be inside so that he can slowly refine it. Zhao Hai made Bubble come closer. Then he looked into Bubble's transparent body and saw a small bubble where the lotus was located. Zhao Hai nodded and then looked at Bubble and said, "Bubble, remember to refine the lotus well. There should be no mistakes. Place every inch of your energy in refining. Don't get distracted. Understand?" Bubble complied as he said, "Young master, feel relieved. I shall complete it with no problems." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned around and proceeded to head towards the villa. He was receiving messages from the various powers in the alliance aside from the Lion Empire since there was no need for it. Although Zhao Hai was just a temporary emperor of the Lion Empire, the great nobles of the empire still wouldn't dare to disobey him, not only because of Zhao Hai's strength, but also because of his status as the focal point of the alliance. If they dared to misbehave under Zhao Hai, then the days left for them to live wouldn't be very long. Zhao Hai also instructed them to prepare some troops. At the same time, he also released more magic beasts in order to re-establish the Empire's elite cavalry unit, making it much stronger than before. When Zhao Hai came back from the Lion Empire, Bubble had approached him about his success in refining the plants in the space. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't able to enter the villa up until now. When Zhao Hai entered the villa, he was immediately greeted by Ruian's smiling face while she was talking with Barry. Lizzie and Megan were at the side as well, looking at the monitor, probably discussing various battle formations and so on. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the group immediately turned their heads and saw that Zhao Hai has come back. They quickly stood up and welcomed him in. Zhao Hai looked at the women and then smiled. He felt a warm feeling in his heart while looking at this scene. Then he smiled to the group and said, "What's happening? Are there new formations?" Lizzie smiled and replied, "How could it be as easy as that? We're just introducing the space to Sister Ruian and Sister Barry." "Big Brother Hai, you should give Sister Ruian some work inside the space. With this, her body would be benefited as well, and also, we can approach her to discuss some matters later on. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to ask me about these things, you can just do it yourself. Ruian, you can help Laura in the future." Lizzie and Megan aren't skilled in that area. The only one that can currently lend Laura a hand is you. Now that the continent is at war, material distribution, manpower problems, and the likes are needed to be sorted out properly. Laura has been busy doing these things alone. You should be able to at least ease her burden. Lizzie and Megan will have to command the army a few days from now, so you and Laura need to work hard. Ruian immediately replied, "All right, Brother Hai, rest assured, I will help Sister Laura with management." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Barry. He didn't know much about the succubus, so he said, "Barry, do you want to stay inside the space or do you want to go outside with me? If you stay in the space, then you need to find something to do, otherwise you will get bored. If you go outside, then you can stay by my side." Barry quickly replied, "I'll go and follow you out. The other sisters are very busy with their own affairs inside the space while I have nothing else to do. I can take care of anything that you need when you're outside. I have already discussed this matter with Sister Lizzie and the others." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then do as you like. How is Demon City doing right now?" Lizzie replied, "There aren't any significant developments in Demon City. However, the dwarves had already arranged their army. You should look and see if you can transfer them to Demon City right now." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Tell Patriarch Billy to wait. I'll immediately go and tell General Besmer to prepare a place for the dwarves to stay in." This is the first cooperation between humans and dwarves after a long time. It needs to be processed well. Lizzie nodded. Then she said, "All right, then I'll go talk to Patriarch Billy." "Sister Barry, we'll be leaving Brother Hai's care to you. As you can see, we have a lot of things to take care of at this time. Only you can take care of Brother Hai right now." Barry quickly replied, "Sister, rest assured, I will take good care of Brother Hai." Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Actually, he'd much prefer having Meg take care of him. After all, Meg has been looking after him for a long time, so he was already familiar with her routine. However, Meg was also quite busy in helping Laura with her job. With her being heavily engaged, it would be impossible for her to take care of Zhao Hai. On the other hand, it was quite obvious that Barry had zero interest in those matters. This made it possible for her to go outside of the space with Zhao Hai. At this time, Bismar was quite worried. The only thing he knew was that Zhao Hai had fought with the demons and then went back to the city to take a rest. Bismar didn't know whether Zhao Hai was doing well or maybe he has been injured. If Zhao Hai was wounded, then it would be a fatal blow to their morale. However, when Zhao Hai came in along with a beautiful woman, Bismar immediately calmed down. Then he went forward to greet Zhao Hai. "Mr. Kame, please come in. May I know the details regarding Mr.'s fight with the demons?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, "It went quite fairly. None of us has taken too much of an advantage over the other. It's a tie." "Right. I came here to talk about something," Bismar quickly said. "I ask Mr. to tell me and I will do my best to comply." Zhao Hai said, "General is too polite. There's no need to be so formal. I just want to ask you to prepare 3 camps in the next few days. The sooner they get finished, the better. Some dwarves will be arriving later. They will help us with defending against the demons. In a few days, beastmen and elven warriors will arrive as well. I want you to prepare 3 separate areas for each of them. Also, make sure to tell everyone to refrain from offending them. Our cooperation with the other races will be very crucial in the following days." Bismar couldn't help but stare for a moment when he heard Zhao Hai, but it didn't take too long before he became elated with the news. He was aware that although everyone was willing to resist the demons, it wasn't necessary for them to send troops over. At the same time, the people of Demon City had already accepted this truth. The others can just be considered to be offering moral support. But now that the other powers are sending their troops, the morale of the defenders would surely surge up once more. Although Zhao Hai didn't say it, Bismar knew that these people were all invited by Zhao Hai. Bismar didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have this much clout over the other races. This was very good for the alliance, so Bismar quickly agreed. "Mr. Rest assured, I shall arrange for those areas immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Also, the elves only take fruits and green vegetables as food. They don't eat meat. Pay attention to this when giving them rations." On the other hand, the beastmen love meat. Both the dwarves and the beastmen also like to drink liquor. Prepare some for them. If you don't have any of these in hand, then don't hesitate to inform me." Bismar quickly replied, "Yes, mister. I've noted them all down." "Don't worry, I'll make sure that nothing goes wrong." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he adds, "Remember to keep the area for the elves very clean. They don't like dirty places. Also, tell the soldiers to refrain from looking at the reinforcements as though they are monsters." The dwarves and the beastmen are quick to lose their temper, and the elves get offended quite easily. Small problems like these wouldn't be good when the actual fight comes. Bismar replied, "All right, I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked outside and aside. "I already talked with His Majesty. While we delay the demons here as much as possible, the Buddha Empire will mobilize its own army in order to provide defensive lines all over the empire. When all of the citizens have withdrawn, the entire Buddha Empire shall be converted into a huge fortress. We'll make the demons suffer when they set foot into its lands." Bismar's eyes couldn't help but fire up when he heard this. His hatred for the demons couldn't help but resurface as he replied, "All right, Mr. Can rest assured. Everything will go according to plan. But with this, it is inevitable that the Buddha Empire will be destroyed." Zhao Hai lightly sighed and said, "The Buddha Empire's land will surely be destroyed. However, as long as its citizens survive, then sooner or later we can reclaim the land and revive the empire. It's useless to worry about the land. Don't forget, the most important thing to the empire is its people and its talents." Chapter 699. Dwarf Race. Citizens of Demon City have already withdrawn, so even if the army had moved in, there were still a lot of unoccupied space inside the city. Because of this, it didn't take too long for Bismar to arrange 3 separate areas for the reinforcements to settle in. Moreover, Bismur has sent word that the dwarves will be coming soon. He told the people to not provoke the dwarves since their temperaments aren't very good. When this information spread in the city, the people immediately expressed their reaction. All of them had the same idea as Bismur, although it was said that there was an alliance between the humans and the other races in order to resist the demons. A long time has passed without any reinforcements coming. This made the defenders think that this was just a rumor that was disseminated by the major empires of the continent, and at the same time, Zhao Hai's presence here was only to calm their worries. They didn't think that the other races would actually send some troops to help defend the city. Zhao Hai didn't care about these reactions. After Bismur arranged the living areas, he immediately took Barry to inspect them. When there weren't any problems, Zhao Hai led Barry outside the city as he opened a spatial rift allowing the dwarf passage towards Demon City. The one who led the dwarven army was an elder. Zhao Hai believes that the name of this elder should be Julian. He was quite a young elder and his relationship with Zhao Hai was quite good. When Julian came out of the rift, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we have 50,000 soldiers here as well as 10,000 iron beasts." After Zhao Hai returned the courtesy, he smiled and said, "All right, follow me, I'll be taking you to your area." Julian nodded. Then he turned around to give orders to the army. These people were the most outstanding soldiers of the dwarven race. All of them had their war hammers, full iron armor, and iron shield. Besides these, they also had a set of small hatchets for long-distance attacks. Before long, the 50,000 troops and 10,000 iron beasts are ready to move. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Brothers, we'll be heading to the battle quite soon. This will be the first time that we will have a cooperation with the humans after a long time. Don't be surprised of their gazes. They are just curious. We'll just shock them when the battle comes. Still, if people dared to laugh at you, then don't punch them immediately. Report the matter to me first and I shall deal with it myself." This was how Zhao Hai always talked to the dwarves, so they were already quite used to it. When Zhao Hai finished talking, all of them issued a shout, then they followed Zhao Hai to Demon City. While heading there, all of them were curiously looking around. Nobody could blame them. After all, they had been inside Dwarf Mountain for a very long time. It wouldn't be strange if they were to be interested in this new place. Before long, the large unit approached Demon City. When the soldiers in the city spotted Zhao Hai's group, they didn't move and just stood there because of the instruction that they had just received. However, all of them couldn't help but stretch their necks in curiosity. On the other hand, the adventurers weren't very disciplined and just went towards the walls and looked at the dwarves, but nobody dared to say a word. All of them knew about the temperament of the dwarves as well as Zhao Hai's orders. If they dared to say anything, then Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't let them off. In fact, these adventurers were extremely afraid of Zhao Hai. He was known to be very vicious and merciless, turning several 100,000 Ixa Empire soldiers into undead in a single night. This was something that cannot be simply forgotten. Therefore, these adventurers just looked at the dwarves without making a single noise nor gesture. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. He quickly brought the dwarves to their area before taking Julian to see Bismur. After all, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to be here all the time, so Julian and Bismur needed to be acquainted to each other for future cooperation. When Zhao Hai took Julian to the general's residence, Bismur immediately gave them a cordial welcome. Bismur looked at Julian with curiosity while Zhao Hai gave Bismur a salute and said, "General, let me introduce you to the dwarven elder Julian." "Julian, this is General Bismur, Buddha Empire's general for Demon City's defense army." Julian and Bismur gave each other a salute, then Zhao Hai said, "All right, then let's head in." After that, the three of them went inside the general's residence. Inside the residence, there was a large topographic map of Demon City. Zhao Hai went towards the map and pointed at something and said, "We're here in Demon City in order to defend against the demon advance." At this time, the demons are still busying themselves by building their city. However, I believe that they have their own mages, so it wouldn't take too long before they finish. When the city gets built, I believe that God-ranked experts of the demon realm will start to make a move. Although they are suppressed by the Ark continent and cannot stay here for too long, they can still pose a threat to our position. Now that the dwarves have come, I have one request for you to do. We need tunnels going from the city towards an area outside of it. We need them as soon as possible. They should be deep and large enough for our purpose of using them as our escape passage. Julian, what do you think? Julian nodded and said, "This is not a problem. Leave it to us." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Bismur and said, "You coordinate with the dwarves. This is something important for us. If a god-ranked expert comes, we can use that tunnel in order to escape." Bismur nodded. "Mister, you can feel relieved. I know what to do. There's no need to worry about it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head back to Julian and said, "Julian, you should restrain the tempers of the dwarves as well. We need a harmonious environment in this alliance. If we have some fights, then it would be disadvantageous for us in the future." Julian nodded. "I understand. We came this time to wage war with the demons, not with the humans race." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Bismur and said, "General, restrain the mercenaries and adventurers as well. Don't make them go too far. If they do, then there would be no need to wait for the dwarves to retaliate. I will do the job for them." Bismur nodded. He knew the importance of the current matter. The entire continent needed to be unified right now. If these fellows were to go too far, then Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't let them off. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "The dwarf tunnel must be made as secretly as possible. We want the entrance to be well hidden, even to our own people. With this, we can also use those tunnels in order to stage a counterattack." Julian nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, we know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. "Then that's good." "Julian, you go back and take a rest first. You can start working tomorrow. I still need to go out of the city to take a look at things." "General, make the soldiers pay more attention. In the next few days, the elves will be arriving. Extreme discipline will be needed in order to peacefully cooperate with them." Bismur nodded and said, "All right, Mr. doesn't need to worry about it." Zhao Hai nods. Then they looked at Julian and said, "Let's go. After I take you back, I'll be leaving some liquor for your men as well. Let them enjoy their stay here in the meantime." Julian laughed and replied, "That would be good. We didn't bring any liquor this time. We're expecting that you would provide for us." Zhao Hai laughed as well as he led Julian out of the general's residence. While Bismur looked at Zhao Hai and Julian's backs, he finally understood how Zhao Hai could have a good relationship with the other races. This was because Zhao Hai didn't treat them as another race. His treatment of them wasn't different from his treatment towards the humans. It was this easy. However, even if this was easy to do, only a few can manage to do it. The humans of the continent were too used to feeling superior. They have always looked down at the other races. This made the other races dislike them in turn. In the end, nobody liked anybody, making it impossible for them to cooperate. Bismur sighed. Then he turned around and went back to his room. To be honest, he was also looking down on the other races, but Zhao Hai woke him up. The situation was now very different. They couldn't just look down on different races anymore. When Zhao Hai escorted Julian to his camp, he also left behind a lot of liquor. As for the other necessities, there was no need to worry about them. Bismur already prepared it for the dwarves. This made Zhao Hai commend Bismur deep inside. Zhao Hai looked at the busy demons in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to call all of his undead and then kill them directly. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't going to work. It was for certain that experts were already stationed there. Although Zhao Hai can overwhelm them with his undead, he also knew that the demons were surely prepared. If Zhao Hai attacked them, then he would certainly suffer huge losses in the long run. Moreover, Zhao Hai had some suspicions that the god-ranked experts had already arrived. It was only because of the current construction that the god-ranked experts decided to stay put. The reason why Zhao Hai had this idea was because of a certain person, and this was none other than the Demon Dragon King. The information that Kair was able to get about the Demon Dragon King was too small. In fact, There wasn't much information that Kair can get regarding the god-ranked experts of the demon realm. These god-ranked experts were very well hidden, and this demon dragon king was quite a low-key expert as well. And since Kair was unable to find out what his strength was, Zhao Hai believed that the demon dragon king was a god-ranked expert himself. Chapter 700, Consummate the Marriage. Although Zhao Hai hadn't fought with the demon dragon king, he just had this feeling that the other party was a god-ranked expert. He can't really describe this feeling, but it was there. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't act rashly. On the other hand, Zhao Hai also believed that the demon dragon king had sensed his strength. Therefore, he wasn't quick to advance and just stayed to construct their city. It seems like both sides are dreading the ability of the other. If the other party just had the demon dragon king as the god-ranked expert, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and just attack them. But now it seems like the enemy doesn't have the demon dragon king as its only god-ranked expert. Zhao Hai has the feeling that there were at least 5 god-ranked experts in the enemy's army. If he dared to attack, then he might be besieged by those god-ranked experts. However, even if Zhao Hai didn't attack, those 5 god-ranked experts can just make a move on Demon City. If they did it this way, then Zhao Hai's prior preparations might be placed in a precarious position. As to why the other party didn't attack, Zhao Hai was not sure. Maybe they still aren't adapted to the Ark continent, who knows? In fact, Zhao Hai was correct in his guess. These experts still needed to familiarize themselves with the Ark continent. This was the reason why they decided to refrain from making any actions in the meantime. The Ark continent had its own laws. One of them forbade the long-term existence of god-ranked experts. The suppression of this law gets more powerful as the violating party gets stronger. Therefore, these god-ranked demons needed to adapt their strength in order to perform at their full strength. Because of this, in addition to Zhao Hai's existence as well as his undead, the Demon Dragon King decided to stay back and refrain from attacking Demon City immediately. Barry was currently right by Zhao Hai. At this moment, she turned to him and said, "Brother Hai, there's no need to worry too much. Although there are a lot of demons that would came to invade, it would still need some time before all of them manages to come out of the spatial rift. I've gotten a whiff of their plans before. They would have several god-ranked experts take command of the vanguard in order to construct their city. After that, they would proceed to attack the Ark continent bit by bit." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing. But how many god-ranked experts do they have? And since they have god-ranked experts, why haven't they made an attack yet?" Barry smiled and said, "Things aren't as easy as that. Although they are god-ranked experts, I heard that they would still need to adapt after arriving at the Ark continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to show their full strength, and the time it takes for them to adapt isn't short. Therefore, it would still take quite some time before they can express their full abilities. We can definitely resist them for a long time." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "I'm afraid that the demon realm would have a lot of god-ranked experts. If all of them were to arrive at the Ark continent, then we would be in deep trouble." When Barry heard this, she couldn't help but frown as well. This is also an issue. I know that there are quite a number of god-ranked experts in the demon realm. If they attack, then it would indeed be very troublesome. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he said, "It looks like we need to start our plan soon. There are a lot of herbs in the space, but the herbs that we need to make a god-ranked potion is really a lot. At the same time, the growth time of those plants is too long. Our rate of making god-ranked potions is just too low." Zhao Hai was quick to discover that the processing machine was now able to make god-ranked potions. At that time, he also noted which herbs were needed and planted them. However, he didn't think about how many were needed to make a single potion. It was only afterwards that Zhao Hai discovered how much herbs he needed to promote a 9th rank to god rank. Also, the herbs that were needed to make the potion were very demanding. Take a certain ginseng, for example. In the past, Zhao Hai was able to plant ginseng in a very simple manner, and he was also able to harvest them in large quantities. But now, the ginseng needed for the potion required 100 mu of farming ground, and in this 100 mu, No other plant must be present in order for this special ginseng to grow. And after this ginseng gets planted, extreme attention needed to be made in order to nurture it. It needed to be watered in a specific time or else the land would get dry, although the ginseng still wouldn't die then, but it would lose its potency to be used for the god-ranked potion. This made it hard to cultivate this herb. More importantly, the god-ranked potion didn't need 1 or 2 of this ginseng, but instead it needed 81, and this was only the ginseng. The other herbs still weren't calculated. If one wanted to make the potion, then one would need to grow more than 100 herbs, each of them unique and each of them needed special ways of growing. Some of these were present on Earth, while some have already been acquired by Zhao Hai, like the gold metal fruit. And the amount of gold metal fruit needed was actually more than the ginseng. Because of all these limitations, Zhao Hai was still unable to make Green and the others into god-ranked experts. With the materials he currently had, Zhao Hai only has enough to make a single god-ranked potion. Therefore, for Zhao Hai, what he needed the most at this moment was time. As long as he has enough time, then he would be able to raise a lot of god-ranked experts. And when that time comes, whether they be demons or the divine race, all of them weren't going to be problems anymore. Another reason why Zhao Hai was unwilling to fight the demons was the existence of the divine race. The Radiant Empire has become more and more mysterious as the days passed, and since Zhao Hai couldn't go there to scout, he was getting more and more anxious as time goes by. When the divine race comes, Zhao Hai didn't know what plans they would have. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to refrain from going all out against the demons. He was afraid that if he lost too much in fighting the demons, then he wouldn't have anything to resist the divine race with. Although Zhao Hai hoped that the divine race would divert the demons' attention, it seems like there weren't any movements coming from the divine race. This gave Zhao Hai a sense of dread. This was why Zhao Hai thought of making the Buddha Empire into a huge battlefield. Not only would it help in fighting the demons, it would also prove useful when the Radiant Empire attacks. When Barry heard Zhao Hai mention the promotion of 9th ranks into god-ranked experts, she was immediately startled. She seemed to have remembered something. Barry looked embarrassingly at Zhao Hai and said with a shy voice, "Brother Hai, I'm a 9th rank succubus." When a succubus consummates her marriage, she will gain a huge boost in her strength. Barry was blushing as she stared downward. Zhao Hai looked at Barry and immediately understood what she wanted to convey. Barry was a 9th rank expert. If her marriage goes official, then her strength would gain a huge promotion. It might even be possible for her to advance to god rank. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. As for consummating the marriage, Zhao Hai was quick to understand what it was. Although Barry had become Zhao Hai's wife and had people recognize her status, the two of them had yet to make the marriage official. In other words, they haven't done what married people tended to do. 1. Zhao Hai looked at Barry and said, "Are you sure?" Barry gave a shy nod. This made Zhao Hai laugh and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Then he pulled Barry as they flashed to the space. However, he didn't go through the villa's entrance but instead appeared directly inside his room. Barry knew what would happen, so she didn't have any intentions to resist. She just lowered her head in embarrassment, making her much more charming for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held Barry's hand as he said, "Barry, I apologize. The situation is quite hectic and I am not able to hold a wedding for you." Barry looked at Zhao Hai as she shook her head and said, "You didn't do anything wrong, Brother Hai. I don't really care about a ceremony. As long as you treat me as your wife, then that would already suffice." Zhao Hai patted Barry's head and whispered, "Silly girl." Zhao Hai pulled Barry into his bosom as he gently kissed her forehead. Barry gently closed her eyes as Zhao Hai went down to kiss her eyes, her nose, her cheek, her neck. When Barry felt Zhao Hai's lips on her own, she couldn't help but feel an electric current going through her whole body. Her body tingled with numbness, sapping all of her energy away. Zhao Hai gently removed Barry's clothes as he proceeded to kiss her whole body. In the end, his mouth reached Barry's sensitive breasts. He continued to tease it until Barry made a delighted moan. Zhao Hai didn't expect Barry to taste this good. He was unable to stop himself. He couldn't help but nib lightly on the tip as Barry gave a tender sound. arousing Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai's tongue explored Barry's peaks for a moment before he went and kissed Barry's lips. Barry curled her tongue as she met Zhao Hai's lips. The two of them played around before Zhao Hai removed all of his clothes and started to work on Barry's figure.